Welcome to the Backlog Before Christmas. Okay, we've got a lot of catching up to do. We're going to play a mix of recent creations, perhaps some Christmas levels, or at least some snowy levels, as well as some unfinished items that we left dangling from previous weeks in viewer levels and other such streams. And we're going to begin with something new by Korean music master WBC, who says, "Happy Christmas and all the best to you in the year to come." And this will also work as an opening sound check, as always, because we'll see if the music, and for that matter the rest of the stream, is completely operational. So welcome to people who are joining me already. I hope you're having an excellent week, whether you're taking some time off or not. All the best to you in the year to come. Let's hear what Team Music has to say. Nukakaza, it is not a new mic. It is a temporary setup. I've got a couple of things rearranged here, including the way my mic is mounted. So maybe my voice feels a little off. There's also a little bit of wine in my system right now, so let's just call it a warm-up. Maybe if I'm sounding a little off, my voice will be back soon. Anyway, once upon a moon, apparently. Oh, once upon a clock. It is a Christmas story, with Wendy trying to hit the red egg and missing. And a heart that is missing, which sort of evokes something roughly Grinchy. So, Bowser is going to set the Christmas tree on fire. In something tree. In 50 coin tree? Oh, into the pipe, okay. I see. After we've seen Bowser attempt to burn the place down. Anyway, Boom Boom is here with the Christmas tree and with a very icy present. Let's see what this is about. It's going to be a globally loaded music tower. Because that is what the true meaning of Christmas is all about. Snow. In. Snow. Oh, you're snowed in, I see. Okay. So the Chomps are having dinner in the diner with a little Chomp, and the two big Chomps are telling the little Chomp something about a snowball. There is a pea balloon that is not yet accessible. Perhaps it will be later. And we have a couple of items over here, which are also inaccessible. And then, what is this telling me about the spring on the left side? Something about a big snowball. Let's climb the tree. Oh, does this give me anything? Yes, it gives me a snowball. For what purpose, we will determine. I think I'm supposed to go all the way back down. And then we're going to deliver the snowball to the left over here. And that's going to give me a spring. That then allows me to proceed. I wonder what the pea balloon on the left is all about. I think I'm probably going to come out of that blue pipe at some point. Or perhaps even a red pipe now that we've opened it up. Anyway, we'll take this with us. And we'll see. Yeah, I guess that's, whoops, what those two were trying to tell me about. At their dinner table that we've been eavesdropping at. Presumably, we have to launch a snowball up there, perhaps. For instance, by dropping this into this location, or perhaps there's a bone shell. There absolutely should be a bone shell. But first we will bounce this up because it's Super Mario World after all, and you're allowed to do that. And we'll let the conveyor down us through to the right side. And it looks like I will have to jump out, unfortunately. Although perhaps if I had loaded some other item there, we would have mitigated that somehow. But instead of doing that, we're going to drop a blaster on top of the snake block. What would we do that? This gives me Yoshi. Oh, I see, because it just keeps the blaster globally loaded in that position. That's what the snake block placement is for. Tactics 47, welcome. Happy holidays to you as well. We're having ourselves a little Christmas adventure. Alright, so Wiggler wants a snowball on the right side. We're going to head on up. And what is this telling me? Probably that I need Yoshi to grab a snowball from all the way at the bottom of the tower and take him back up, perhaps. Except I passed a bumper gate earlier that would seem to deny that, so... let's go back and... oh, over here. Great. Hadn't even noticed that previously. Anyway. Roll it over. And that allows the Wiggler to go once we've unlocked that snowball. And if we raise it, it's going to go up nice and high. Lovely setup over there. And Wendy is going to request that I hit the on-off switch. So everybody's telling me what their wishes are for Christmas, basically. And it looks like grabbing the vine is going to be something important, but it looks like I am a little out of position for that right now. It will get me within position for something critical, I'm sure. Once we have the opportunity to do something about it. In the meantime, though, we are going to bump the muncher to the right side and load it onto the conveyor so it crushes the bomb, activates the on-off switch, and allows me to see what Wendy has been up to over here. I guess we're supposed to go through. So, I don't know yet what we're supposed to do up here. I think it requires me to have something like Yoshi or the Bone Shell available in this location, and we just don't have that right now. Let's take a look at the left side and see what this is all about. Okay, there is the gate right here, but of course we're not taking it until we've completed the adventure properly. Merry Christmas. So I still don't know what that vine on the top right is about, but it looks interesting in ways that we still have to explore. So I kind of want to go back to see if I can smuggle a Yoshi or a Bone Shell through. We'll just play it through again once to see if we can do anything about that location, because it looks awfully suspicious. So we haven't quite conducted a miracle yet. But we'll just flow through it again. Read the Christmas story. Once upon a time. Once upon a scroll break. So, I'm listening to this carefully, and this is actually the theme from Undertale, if I'm not mistaken. It's the Undertale opening music. It took me a moment to recognize that, but I believe that is definitely what it is. Because I suppose that's just how a storybook opening is signified these days. Anyway, we are snowed in. We'll do this sequence again, and we'll just figure out how we can smuggle that item across the platform this time. I believe it should be doable, as long as we take certain items through in the appropriate locations. Especially if we despawn them in certain locations. We also never made use of the P-Balloon, and that's important, perhaps, because the P-Balloon would get me up to that box. I don't know what that P-Balloon does. Now, this is prevented from going any further, I'm pretty sure. Maybe the P-Balloon is just something decorative, but I wouldn't necessarily count on that. Anyway, we will attempt to perhaps take a snowball through with us, secondarily. Just in case that allows me to accomplish anything interesting. We will, of course, eventually need to take this up as well. And then Yeah, that's going to be the bone shell location, but perhaps we're able to do something about that. Well, let's take the snowball through for the time being, and see what happens when I drop in this way. We'll escort all the items we can. Of course, once I grab the bone shell, I will not be able to carry anything additional. So for the time being... yeah, we're able to do something about the spring, perhaps. Or maybe load an additional shell. Yeah, we can load an additional shell, and I think that's probably the way to do it. Except I don't know. Yeah, not really, because even if we soft dropped it there, it would drop to the bottom position. I don't know if we'd be able to retrieve it, given that we're supposed to take the bumper out. I don't think that looks feasible. Well, perhaps we don't necessarily need to lose it here. But we need to stack quite a few items to have something additional to bounce on top of, I think. Or perhaps place an item in such a fashion that Yoshi is able to grab it again afterwards. I'm not sure. I think we would definitely need maybe a second Yoshi egg, except the red Yoshi is already loaded here, and I think that prevents that from happening. So, perhaps there is no secret necessarily. At least not to my knowledge. Yeah, because I think the red Yoshi specifically prevents me from taking some additional eggs. But we'll run around a bit and see if we can do anything else here. Because there are definitely some locations here that I never traversed, like that swamp with the 50 coin. I mean, there are some doors that may or may not be accessible, since they could just be decorative, but it's mostly that vine in the top corner that I've been very curious about. And perhaps if I lower this, hang on. Let's try to get it into position over here. And can I do a soft drop of the snowball? Yeah, that doesn't quite get me high enough, unfortunately. Well, I guess we will need more snow. So far we haven't discovered anything new that we didn't know about already from the previous attempt. This is going to take me up, always a very satisfying interaction, but this is the sequence I was thinking about. Whether there's anything... Maybe I can just grab that manually, and perhaps that's all that was needed. Yeah, we've activated the on-off switch, but that's not the only thing. Okay, so I've grabbed that, but that doesn't actually get me anything. It's not within range of anything particularly critical. I think that's just part of the loading track for the music, perhaps. Alright, so perhaps there's no additional secret. I can use the donut to get Yoshi up. Can I really? Which donut? Oh yeah, because you can lower the donut and then drop Yoshi on top of that, right? I'm not sure what that gets me, though. I mean, Yoshi would be perhaps able to grab some additional items. This gives you the key for the music track room, but I don't think we missed anything additional then, so... It could be that the other rooms really are just decorative. I can always check the comments, just to see if anybody did find something. But yeah, you've got red pipe and yellow pipe over here. Give you some cape feathers. I mean, either of these doors, I believe, just spit you to the end, so... Could be that there's nothing. Awesome Lab, welcome. Alright, I'll check the comments in case I'm wrong about that. In case somebody makes reference to some kind of super secret area. But we will probably put that aside otherwise. Nice to start with that, though, as our pre-Christmas opener. Soft lock and cheese were found, so this level will be re-uploaded. Possibly that's the Yoshi that we were talking about, but who knows. Alright, well, we found some cheese to go with our wine before Christmas. And that works for me. Okay, I've got to dig up an old code from a couple weeks back. This is a much older level from early 2020, I think, but I did not manage to finish it despite getting past checkpoint 2. So we're going to pull that up and take care of a little bit of unfinished business, and welcome Chai Latte. And as usual, let me know if things are operational on the stream. I'm on a bit of a different setup and network than usual. So this is an old school level by Mang on Mang's original account. This is from early 2020 because I've completed practically everything else on this account going all the way back then. And it was a link level that had certain momentum mechanics that I definitely kind of struggled with. So we're going to hopefully at last push through it properly. And I'll basically have to relearn it from scratch since it has been some time. We've been doing a lot of puzzle streams lately, so I'll probably be generally a little more focused on platforming levels today, but that's by no means exclusive. I shouldn't have done that. That's creating a trap for myself that I will no doubt fall into. So yeah, you tap and you just ride out the momentum. You want to tap in a neutral position without pressing anything, and then you face the other direction right away. And then, yeah, it takes a while to get the timing down, which is why we struggled quite a bit with this one. But we'll give it a proper completion today, since it has been my roadblock in the Mang playlist recently. Oh, that's a little too early. I'm just trying to tap that and spring across in one very smooth motion, which as yet is not happening. There we go. Nope. Running straight into that spike is not the best idea. Nope. Let's get back over. And that's still a little bit too early. The line does give you a fairly clear marker, but that doesn't help you if your reaction time is poor. And your sense of dropping speed is poor. Whoops. Yeah, as you can see, kind of difficult to hit that on target, but we'll gradually sort it out. This is part of the level that I have beaten before, so I know it can be done. Nope. Oh, that's bad. This was early Mang when there wasn't quite as much of an aversion to things like SD locks. But that's okay, they're fairly obvious when you have no capacity to reset the platforms, so we'll just take the hit from there and proceed as before. Business as usual. Whoops. There we go. Nice solid tap, and there's a particular rhythm to it. But of course you need to face in the correct direction to tap in the first place. As you can see, the issue there was that I faced in the wrong direction prematurely, which was why the sword failed to make contact during the drop. So you do need to tap and a jump. Whoops, nope. Faced backwards too soon. You kind of need to just get the particular rhythm of the input down before anything else can happen. Okay. There we go. That was smoother than I expected. And then here we spring up and we try to do it in midair, and we'll be hitting this one on either side. We will, however, need to be hitting it on the way up, so we maintain upward momentum, only with a bit of leftward momentum as well to actually complete that motion. So we do need to hit it on the way up, because momentum is conserved. Remarkably. Amazing how much you learn about momentum mechanics in this game when you play through the Mang repertoire. Now, this was in March 2020, so before the final major patch of the game, but I don't think that affected mechanics in this level, although I'm not absolutely certain. There definitely were some momentum changes going into the final patch in April 2020. But I don't remember what those are. And until we make it through the level, perhaps that doesn't particularly matter for the time being. Okay, here we go. Yeah, kind of need to face into the wall and then face back out. Except we really need to hold a full jump into that as well, just to complete the motion properly. And that is not quite right. Alright then. Nope, that's wrong. For sure. Yeah, we'll hopefully be able to finally clear this one today after having sat on it for a couple of weeks now. I don't remember exactly what the sticking point was past checkpoint 2. I do know that there was a point at which I felt like I was getting much worse at the level as I played. But it was not in this early section, although as you can see I do have to relearn it all basically from scratch. Down we go. There we go. Nice smooth motion like that. And then, yep, you just need to face, get away, and that's a double tap sequence. Got that right on the first try, and here we are with another Master Sword. Okay, so now this is going to be a ground pound followed by the same kind of motion. And then we were a little bit short in that one. Again, just not quite catching the timing while falling on the platform on the way down. Oh, nope, facing too soon. So you do have to hug the wall until you have passed a spike. Even if you face one tap in the wrong direction, you will hit a spike on the way down, and that is not so fun. So there is a pretty limited window to be changing directions as you fall, and we have to take that into account. There we go. Whoa, overshot completely. Surprised by my own success. Okay. Nope. Trapped by the one-way panel that time, and I also just missed the tap entirely, which is maybe not that great. Nope. Once again, I didn't quite get the tap down before the jumping motion. There is a particular sequence here with muscle memory that you kind of need to get down, and we got bumped by the clown car. It's very tempting to just hit Y and B simultaneously when you kind of need to roll your thumb over it in a smooth motion to make sure Y activates first. And you need to change directions at a very finessed timing while you are in the midst of that gesture. So, kind of have to remember that as we go, and also not bump into the clown car. We kind of undershot that from below while running across that platform. I do feel like I'm getting slightly better at the earlier jumps now. And look at that, just one smooth sequence and we're out of area 2. That went a lot better than I thought it would, in fact. A lot better. Okay, now we have to hit this in midair, and there is a one-way panel to protect my facing direction once I pass into that passage. But we still need to be pretty careful, so... Yeah, we kind of need to tap. There's no jump there, obviously, because we're just tapping our way to the right. Mangy. Wonder if you're distantly related to the maker of this level. Whoop. And that was a pretty smooth motion past the checkpoint 1 to 2 sequence, though. That went a lot better than I expected once I got a bit of the rhythm going, so we'll hopefully not be stuck here for too long today. And there's a bit of a timing correction over there as well. And then, no, you do need to watch the timing in order to get that element, but that's a pretty good amount of progress. Interesting use of the spike deflection of the clown car, of course, which is, when the player is in the cockpit, one of the more frustrating mechanics in the game, because it's one of those things that takes away player control for far too long. But here, it's used as a timing element just to get the spike balls to move back and forth. So, I think that might in fact have been the furthest I've gotten in this level. I don't remember getting to that element in my previous run. So that went surprisingly well. Nope, that was jumping too soon. So yeah, the purpose of having these pairs of winged falling platforms is to allow for some kind of timing correction, and that worked out far more conveniently than I could have hoped on the first series of attempts. Ah, nope, complete miss. Took a little bit too long. It needs to be quite synchronized. Okay. Nope, too late. Too big a jump, unfortunately. Much too big a jump. Okay, much better. And I just missed a hit there. The timing was fine, the facing direction was not. Well, in theory, there's an easy way to fix that. In practice, we need more practice. Whoop. Didn't mean to hit both platforms at once that time. I was hoping to land on the lower one. But I suppose the intention is that you're typically expected to land on the higher one first and then jump into the lower one for the timing adjustment, but we'll see. We'll just do whatever works, as long as we don't lower both platforms in one motion like we did just now. And because that would not be productive. Alright, jump, and up we go. There we go, nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. Oh! I was trying to overcorrect for my timing there, and I ended up making a jump that was just much too short. That was reasonably close, though. So perhaps we'll get this down in no time at all. Whoops, that's not it. But it seems like I'm doing reasonably so far. It doesn't feel as difficult as I remembered. Just to get these early gestures down. Okay. Nope, total miss. I was perhaps expecting the clown car to be traveling a little bit faster than it did. That was not quite the case. And we'll have to go back and try it again. Alright, up we go. And that's not it either. Kind of undershot. But if we can get back up to the blaster fairly consistently, then I think we'll be out of here before too long. Judging by the first two segments, I think it's actually a fairly short level once you understand the central mechanic and how to navigate it. And the particular rolling gesture on the controller that's needed. I always forget to compensate for the falling platform, and that it is going to affect my jump height and my expectations of when I'm going to land. It's a somewhat complicated calculation, and we haven't quite done it correctly so far. Platforms do take a moment to fall, and yeah, I'm not really tapping it. I'm landing a little too far to the left on that platform on a corner, and I'm also jumping before I'm tapping the spike ball correctly. So I am just completely whiffing in that location, even though my timing is fairly close. Again, gotta roll the buttons. With your thumb. Y and then B with a bit of a split-second difference. And that's really the whole trick to it. One-way panels prevent you from trying to damage boost your way through and bump the clown car in this little corner of the world. Okay, early segments are actually feeling pretty smooth now. To my own surprise. Too early. Either too early or too late, I'm not exactly sure, but I obviously still haven't gotten the timing I want out of that element just yet. Nope. Not what I wanted out of that corner. We go. And back down. There we go. Okay, that actually went pretty smoothly. GG, not so. We're doing a hard mode, if there is one. Look at that, it's like a gaping mouth in that previous room, too. I wanted to show that off before we do anything in a bonus sequence. Doesn't it look like a gaping mouth? That you've got the two eyes up here and the teeth up above, and you can take the GG if you want to, you know, be defecated out of its bum or something, but no, we're going to go out of its maw this way. We'll allow you to reset some platforms as you go. Gotta be fairly crisp about this. As you can see, we're losing a fair bit of jump height. So, one thing that I may not be doing enough of is holding the jump button for long enough to gain enough height. Once we're past jump number 2. Oops. It's starting to slip a little bit, as you can see. Spending too long on the platform too, I think. That's what the other issue that's leading me to. Have too much of a delay on the way down. Whoop, that's not it. Definitely not it. Wow. That's quite a ways away. Perhaps we're jumping too early. Nope. That seemed like it almost made it, but still not quite getting the height I need. The directional correction might be a little bit late as well. Okay, that's the first time I've made it up to number 3. We've got 212 seconds, of course. If we time out, we'll have to restart from checkpoint 2. But we're not afraid of that at this point. Okay, I'm actually tapping a little too early, I see now. I think. There's a sweet spot That allows you to gain maximum height as you land on the platform. And the sweet spot actually does require you to delay the hit slightly, so you're hitting the spike ball right in the meat of it, I think. Maybe not. We'll see. I haven't quite determined the exact method yet. As you can see, waiting a little bit actually does undershoot. We've made it up to number 3 so far in this little bonus tower climb. That was a little too long, unfortunately. Let's try it again. Nope. That's not right. Surprisingly difficult to get up there. It may just be something with how slow I'm reversing directions, but a little bit hard to tell. We kind of have to go into neutral as we land, I think, instead of pressing against the spike ball quite so hard. Definitely something I can tweak about the input that we're not quite getting yet. Yeah, that was good, but I didn't manage to continue the streak. Going into neutral is good, but we don't want to spend too long on the fall. Yeah, that's correct. So you want to make sure you let up on the D-pad as you land. It takes quite a bit of muscle memory as you swap back and forth. And you have to be really quick about that too. You can't really take the time to confirm that you're pressing the right buttons on your way up. Wow, very tricky. Nope. We probably will time out and have to repeat from CP2, but we didn't come all this way just to get the bad ending, so. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. Almost, just a little bit low. Looks like there are at least 2 more after that, though. So we've got some work ahead of us. Have to avoid breaking any controllers under strain in the meantime. Nope. I lost momentum a little bit at the very end. We probably call that the best attempt so far, though, with 4 successful jumps. Nope. Have to be very consistent about this. In terms of your facing direction, especially. Nope. And getting better, though. But then I guess we'll just have to do CP2 all over again in a minute's time. Not quite. Wow, that's quite the tower. We've got a long ways to go yet, by the looks of it. Yeah, there is a particular rhythm to it that we almost got that time. We're a little bit behind it now. Once again, jumping before the slap is causing a bit of trouble. We're not going to get it in 18 seconds, there are just too many jumps for that to happen. About 5 successful jumps so far, though, is the best we've done, and we will definitely try it again. We made it this far, only to have to make it this far again. That was looking pretty good. But due to the timeout, we will never know. Nope. Getting a little bit more fluency in the mechanics, but giving our hands a bit of a workout at the same time. Also, the 300-second timer was very keenly felt once we got into the bonus room and timed out. Oh, almost, except I did the jump in the wrong facing direction before the slap that time, and that wasn't quite right. But yeah, it takes about 20 seconds to get through the checkpoint 2 section over to the branch that takes you to the bonus room. So when we do it successfully, we actually have lots of time to spare to try to do the final tower climb. Over in hard mode. Nope. But we will try to attempt this properly. Oh, didn't even face the right way that time, just fell right into the trap. Alright, we can try it again. Nope. Faced a little too quickly. So this is the part where it feels like we're playing a little worse than we did before. When we were last here. Although at least we've done a decent amount of practicing at this point to know what it is we have to do. Correct the way forward. This checkpoint area also looked like you were being devoured by some giant underground creature. Either that or I just have a pattern of seeing faces. Okay. Forward we go. Nope. Kind of surprised in some ways that this level is, or was, at about a 1% clear rate. I mean, it is fairly short and simple once you get the hang of it, but at the same time, I think my perception of its difficulty was also affected by the time we spent wiping out in the tower climb bonus room. Bad timing that time. It was nowhere near me. Not even close. Alright, up we go. Oh, that was a little too long. We spent too long on the platform to get aligned, and that did take me a little too far under. At least you can't die in a tower climb. Because then it works as a bit of an interstitial checkpoint, at least, until you time out after the 270 seconds or however many remain by the time you get there, so as we've already demonstrated amply once. Nope, missed. Tricky sequence, but each of these interactions does have to be quite clean. Whoops. Wow, completely undershot that. Just let up on a jump. Several blocks ahead of what it was we actually needed. Whoops. I always like checkpoints like that where I can afford to just get my way to the next area with a D-pad because I can take a sip of my beverage with my other hand while I'm in the middle of the reset. Like right here, I need to take my right hand off the controller. I can do it. That's one of the hidden secrets of streamer-friendly checkpoints, is giving us an opportunity to have some refreshment on the side. Whoa, timing is way off. Needed to go much earlier than that. There's no second opportunity there. It's just going to take too long to move back and forth. So, going for that early jump, the way I was doing earlier, is much likelier to be successful. A decent sense of my adjustments at this point, though, in terms of the jump height. It's not just going to be something like a full jump every time. You do need to control the timings quite a bit between platforms, which is why the platforms double up the way they do. Up we go. Okay, that was smooth. And so was that. Straight to the left and out through the mouth. Like I said, about 280 seconds to do the rest. Which we may have to use, for all I know. Especially if we fail right at the beginning. And yeah, Chai Latte I've already timed out in this room once. It's optional, in theory. But, you know, on this stream, optional is not really optional. Whoops. Previously, our record was about 5 jumps. I have not seen the top of this column yet, so I guess there are at least 8 of these bounces. Definitely kind of sweating in my controller for this one. In a way that was not true earlier in the level. But the margin of error here is not generous. Ah, facing the wrong direction too soon. Yeah, there is a certain rhythm to each of your actions. YB D-pad, YB D-pad, but can't spend too long thinking about it before you do it. Nope. As you can see, facing and changing my direction just a little prematurely. It's usually pretty visually clear to me what the mistake is, but difficult to fix it. Well, 5 bounces that time, and very close to the 6th one. Just came in a little bit too low. We burnt 80 seconds on this already. So we were about a quarter of the way through our available attempts. Nope. As you can see, facing too soon once again. You gave into curiosity and used a level viewer on this, yeah. Well, I mean, it's pretty clear to me how it looks. I don't know how tall it is, but there are certain limitations on that. I don't know if I can do it. It is quite a bit harder than the rest of the level, actually, in terms of the tightness. But if you find a certain rhythm for going back and forth, it should perhaps suddenly come together. It's just that my consistency between segments is not great as you swap back and forth, so have to kind of approach it like a rhythm game. Nope. And have to make the first jump too, down to about half the time that we started with. This is potentially one I'll just have to bail on due to the strain of it. It is mechanically a little harder on my hands than the rest of the levels, so we'll have to see. I do want to do it, but we might also want to grab the clear for the time being, so that's okay. We'll take our time for the time being. Oh, nope, not quite. That was pretty good, though, up to the 6th platform. That's about as far as I've been able to make it so far. If you remember correctly, it's not too worth it, apart from just a feeling of beating the challenge. Well, yeah, of course. I don't expect that you've got a spare boom boom that you put up there or something. Yeah. There is a particular sweet spot that gives you the most momentum. We may take the exit rather than the timeout, though. And we'll just treat this as a bit of a high-score mini-game, where my high score is apparently 6. Whoops. We shall see. We'll see how I feel about this in about 60 seconds. Only to not give myself enough time to make it through to the final room and take the flag. Which will then force a somewhat different decision. Wow. Very tricky. I'm actually quite surprised at how tight this is. But that's why it's a bonus game. Not quite. Not quite. Getting there, though. And we won't get there within 30 seconds, but the record was somewhere around 6. It might be as much as I'm able to do here. Yeah, let's call it. And chai tea latte, if you want to spoil it for me, tell me how many there are as we take our time to bomb to GG and totally put myself at risk of a timeout. Yeah, let's just go. Oh, okay. Flagpole's right here. Yeah, and it's just a pipe on top that dumps you on top of the flagpole. And that was a partial GG. But I feel like I've seen it, which is the important thing. Design-wise, I think I've seen what there is to see. Mang, while you're here, we'll do the latest one from Mang Mang 69. Since I did have it somewhere on my to-do list today. We're just going to go down some items on my to-do list today until my hands fall off. Bullying the bully. Now who's getting pushed around? Ooh, bullied. Or helped you to finish it. Mr. Electrodude, ah yes, the greatest Christmas gift of all, a backlog, exactly. Look at how many levels I got from the Steam Winter Sale. Alright, let's take a look. 7%, that makes me feel very suspicious. 7% with a 2-minute 30-ish record tells me that I'm going to have a lot of resets from falling into non-lethal locations. Or just failing to push bullies around. So, let's see it. Reached the goal after defeating all 9 bullies. Well, oh, Goomba Hat, best item in the game. Wonderful. Well, of course we'll take it. But it does mean that I would have to take damage at some point and probably reverse through this. So one nice thing about the Goomba Hat is that it freezes the bullies in place and forces them to remain in that location as platforming elements, which is great. This is one use of the Goomba Hat I've very rarely seen. And yeah, so eventually you'll hit an on-off switch somewhere, it'll dump bullies into certain positions, and then you have to figure out how to crush them all. Which makes a great deal of sense to me. And of course, with the Goomba Hat, we can't really do much here. Except we can perhaps do that. And then that will eventually be relevant, I'm sure, but not yet. However, we can also crush this guy, perhaps. I think he might just get pushed around the cloud, though. Let's try it. I think he just gets pushed up slope. But we can smash the bullies together, and perhaps that will get me something interesting. We could also have raised them up to this location. Let's see. I think it just compresses them into the same location. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. So we'll definitely have to activate something first before I can do anything here, I'm pretty sure, but... Lorimetti, welcome! And yeah, so we can pop this. We can also kind of roll it in this direction, and it doesn't hit anything in our current setup. Perhaps once we raise a bridge, that'll be a different story. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, because if you raise that slightly and then you go around... I wonder if you can go around and crush him. Nah, not fast enough. But that snowball seems like it will be relevant eventually. I'm not really doing viewer levels, Lorimetti, but I'm kind of doing a flexible backlog today, so we'll see if I can fit you in somehow. But I'm hoping to do a separate all-puzzle day sometime in the days following Christmas. So I'm kind of mostly focusing on platforming levels today, because we have a few that I haven't been able to complete lately. But I will be doing some kind of all-puzzle stream relatively soon, and we'll definitely get you in on that one if we can't get you today. Anyway, let's just keep going before we reverse through everything. Snake blocks will eventually respawn even after we take them. I'm sure that's supposed to be some kind of crush. This actually seems like a... Yeah, this requires a rather different method. Probably snowball rolling in here and rolling back to hit. I'd be surprised if that were the case. Very nice of bullies to be so non-lethal. Okay. So, that's the extent of this level. Now, let's reverse through it. It looks like there's no on-off switch that I've been able to see so far, so we'll figure that out somehow. Grisco's Slosher. Yeah, Electric Dude, I did know that it was some kind of random rotation with the Grisco weapons. I didn't see what weapon it was, though, because I haven't really opened up my Splatoon yet today. I think we need to bunch them all together and then crush them in this location, maybe. We need to transport a whole bunch of bullies at once. Also, this allows you to maybe push through and... Yeah, because the thing is, if you escort bullies over to this location, then flip this block around them, then you can kind of squish them afterwards. You don't want them to be in the bottom layer, though, because if they get pushed, they will just get pushed down here. That's not exactly what I want to go for. Except, no, the block might be able to get a crush. No, there could be 2 tiles high down there, so that would not be it. Well then. So it's not going to be one of those cases where I reverse around at the end. Then it's going to be something else. We'll have to figure it out. Also, oh, you can actually go in the pipe, but I think it just probably cycles into... Oh, what is that? Let's take a look at that spectacular device again. I don't even know what that is. It looks kind of like a... Not a submarine with a drill. Or maybe a penguin that's sliding and just happens to have a very tubey fin. A platypus? I don't know. I can't tell what it is. Reading pixel art is not my forte. Anyway, let's go back here and let's figure this out one at a time. I think we'll be using the snowballs quite copiously. This pulley, I get the sense, will need some kind of push to the left. So, for example, if we push some snowballs around, we might be able to move things into slightly different locations. And this would be sent down. And then you would need a single hit on that block, so probably snowball. Or you could do that and then trap it, but then why would you want to trap it? We kind of want it on a half tile over and then crush it by pushing it up that way. Yeah, this doesn't do anything. I knew it didn't do anything. Snowballs aren't going to do much against bullies, but you can roll it back this way. And if you do roll it back this way, then what you can do is perhaps you can get around here, raise the snowball as it's going, and then eventually send it to roll back here and then push that bully. So why don't we do this? Where we send this over. And send that over. We send that in, and there we go. That's not a kill. You would need it to send it down and then crush it, like this. That's what it is. So we figured out one of them. I'm pretty sure that actually is a solution. We've got 50 seconds left, but that's okay. We'll figure out one solution at a time and then string them all together. The way we usually do. You do need to race it a little bit. You push it down. Whoop. Oh, not enough space to do a long jump. I was standing too close to the block, but you understand the principle there. That absolutely should work. So I figured that one out. I'll try to execute it once since we're clearly not doing anything else in this level in the remaining 20 seconds anyway, so we'll see if we can execute this accordingly. Leave a little bit more space. Yeah, that's 1 out of 9. Okay, 7 seconds left. We'll figure out some of the other ones. So we do need to figure out each of these independently. I kind of remember a Mang level involving thwomps recently. That was similar to this. By recently, I mean earlier this year. A somewhat puzzly thwomp level. Yeah, this is just a long jump into that guy because he's already squished into that position. Long jump towards the block is enough to do a bit of a crush. This guy, you just knock him down here and then you activate the blue block, which for some reason I hadn't noticed up to that point. You just long jump into him, perhaps, too. Oh, whoops. I need to find some way to do it. I don't think that's going to be quite enough. Okay. Probably need some additional force here. Possibly... no, we won't have a P-switch, I don't think, but... Possibly something I need to hit from below. Or use this to perhaps send something else over. Yeah, this guy, I'm actually pretty convinced now that I am supposed to just take him across here and then crush him with the left. Like that. We'll have to despawn him to do that, though. And this guy can be pushed down here, but that's not going to be what we want. We actually needed to raise this all the way over. Once we raise this all the way over, we push that guy over here, we push him over to Cloud, and then we do some kind of crush up here by sending him to an appropriate location. And this will probably not be the appropriate location. We need to send him like maybe over here. And then just bounce him using this block. We'll need to respawn these two to demonstrate that properly. I can see why the eventual solution, putting them all together, would still take 3 minutes to do, even if you do things relatively quickly, but we can try to demonstrate what I'm aiming for this guy. And then we can do one hit down below, which would probably require Snowball. Or we can try to... No, pushing him up this way would push it too far. Okay. I don't think it remains loaded there. We can take this snowball down, though. That's what we did previously. Yeah, we need to take this snowball down this way, basically. That would be too far. That would not be what I'm going for. I'm supposed to send several snowballs that way, but definitely using this piece to crush, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, we'll just do a couple taps. A little too slow on this with each successive tap. Luca, welcome. Luca currently holding the record on this level. Doesn't look like I'll do this fast enough, but no, yes we will. Go down. Still missing this guy, but I think he's supposed to... I mean, it looks very much like I'm supposed to crush here, but actually no, I'm supposed to send this block up and use it as a bridge. That's what it is. And then you hit him from below. Yeah, that's it. That's going to be number 3. And now, this is going to go pretty smoothly, I think. Okay, I do need to send a snowball down here, though. I need to not despawn that guy, which would be easier said than done. Due to the way this is set up, I don't think I'm able to do a long jump, so we do need to do one hit on that somehow, probably by setting up a snowball in advance. Let's see. I should be careful not to despawn. If I send a snowball down, I can just chase it down and then stop it and drop it. Perhaps. I need to drop it in the middle location here. Because I want a snowball to be down here in this pit, and then I can push with it. I can do that. Nope, not like that though. I need to raise this, stop the snowball on top of the exclamation block, and then let it drop. Yeah, that's how to do it. Okay. Drop it like this. And then we drop it like this. And then we need to not take too long here before pushing this guy over, and then we crush him. Or hit him from below, rather. Not really crush, it's just a normal block hit. Yeah, it's 4 out of 9 solved, plus the one that we found out about earlier, so that's actually a decent number of solutions taken care of. Dash panel is interesting. Let's see where this goes, first of all. Of course. Interestingly enough, that just allows me to push him over here? No, I do want to get him into this location instead. Why the dash panel then? I don't think that really gets me very much. I may be able to... Yeah, I needed to push him... Oh, that's interesting. Over here, onto the cloud, and then I push him over this slope. I need to despawn that guy and try him again. 4 out of 9 so far, though. Wing the bully. Over here. I think I just need him in mid-air, perhaps, if he's in the hovering position. Except I am in Goomba form, so he's not going to hover. However, because this is winged, Wing Bully with the Goomba hat is something that I have not actually interacted with before, I don't think. But the behavior is mostly that I need to get him into a position where he'll be willing to fly back up, perhaps. That's okay, we'll think about that one afterwards. Let's just make sure we can get as many solutions as we can. We've gotten 5 solutions effectively so far, so... We actually just need this guy to go to the left like this. And then over here. Oh. That's going to be a little too slow. Oh. Not quite. There we go. It's actually just fine, I think. 2 seconds, though. I'm not going to do much with that. I'm not really taking advantage of the dash panel, though, when I'm doing that. Possibly I need a dash panel to hit him from below underneath some of those clouds to get into position. Let's skip the first few, because we have figured them out already. We've figured out the first 4 just fine, so I'll just skip ahead to see what we haven't seen. Using the snowball to the right might also be a part of it. Or not. Let's load him up, though. I might even be able to just push him across. No. Okay. This half-tile placement here might actually be pretty helpful. I think maybe getting him all the way across the top so we don't deal with slope might even have been the right idea, but I'm not exactly sure, so... But then why the dash panel? I think the dash panel is necessary to get him across the slope? No, I don't think it is. I think we just never used it. Maybe it's just there for... Oh, I see, because I need to get around this way. Yeah, because now I don't have a way through, do I? I had not considered that. And then how do I get him on top of here and get here in advance? Let's think about that for a moment. It is something to do with the dash panel. Some kind of push, perhaps. Yeah, and we can skip that whole interaction just by pushing him immediately over here. That's also something that's possible. But I need some kind of interaction that will get me to go faster than the bully. Faster than a speeding bully. While also deflecting it to the right. So we basically need to go under it somehow. Go around in here, or be crushed by something from up top. That would take me down. Something that would push me down through the platform. Which we don't have. Let's just try this interaction here just to see what goes on with it. This is also awfully suspicious. Yeah, he's going to be knocked down into this position here. Why would we ever want to do that? Because if we have the dash panel over here... No, we just despawn him. I need to outpace him somehow. But still have him bounce in this location remotely. Through some other interaction. Remote interactions are always possible with things like snowballs, of course, but then that wouldn't give us the big hit here that we need. What if you were to send a snowball across? Not really. I don't really see it. Yeah, I mean, the whole purpose of this thing appears to be to push him over, but then the purpose could also be to create a snowball bridge. Not quite. If you wanted to load the snowball over, you would do it like this. And it would come down. Perhaps if you had some way to do a remote activation of these blocks when I am still on the left side, that would be the solution. Now, so far the bullies have acted pretty much independently of each other as far as solutions go. Looks like this guy is supposed to be crushed to the left here, but we don't really know that for a fact. And we know what the one on the right does. Once again, it looks like maybe it's some kind of remote push that we need, where we, for example, fire Snowball and then just crush him right on time. Let's take a look at this falling interaction with the Winged Bully, though. Actually, let's do this. No, because we can't get both hits at once. We sort of need to push him over. It's going to be something using this as a crushing element, though, but we need to have him float or stand beforehand. That's not going to be the case just yet. I have to say the Cat's Paw adds quite a lively effect to this. I haven't thought very hard about what it means for that bully to have wings. Also, we haven't gone down here to see what other illustrations lie in store. Oh, those are two figures and a heart. Once again, pixel art is escaping me here. Trying to see if those are figures from Among Us or something. I think they might be, because if you look at the figure on the left, the clouds are kind of like eyes, it's facing right. Two ice people, anyway. Okay, so this one we've previously figured out. This is Luga. If only we could see what that represents. Okay, so we haven't made any progress this attempt. We figured out 5 so far. We figured out the first 4, and we figured out this one over here. We don't have this guy. And we don't have the one before him. We know how to move him to the right. That might not be correct. It could also be that I need a snowball to do... Yeah, I think what I need to do is I actually need to roll the snowball towards him. You dash this guy to the right, then you push a snowball. Snowball is going to go all the way down. That's what it is. That's what it is. You have 57 seconds to demonstrate this. But the idea is that you place the bully over here. You then roll a snowball, hopefully without despawning the bully. And then you take the dash panel over here to rush through here before the bully is pushed by the snowball. Then you hit. I need to despawn him to show it, but we'll try that as our first interaction on the next attempt. Let's think about this guy. Clouds on the left side. I mean, he definitely needs to be hit from the right side, right? But you can also send him across. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do a silly thing like that? Because I think if you have a bully land safely...
Oh, no!
I'm trying to get him to do an initial flutter upon dropping off that platform, and perhaps that's the way to think about that, is to have the exclamation mark platforms disappear from underneath. Anyway, let's go back to try to demonstrate the ones that we think we've solved. Beginning with this guy over here. So we're going to, first of all, just push him. Probably push him further up the next slope. And yeah, just push him onto the clouds. Make sure I have enough room to run to his right. In the center position right here, that's perfect. I need to not despawn him, but he's on clouds, and I think in 3D World, clouds should be fine. Clouds should prevent him from despawning. If I remember my 3D World correctly, which I might not. Good. That's exactly it. Alright, so that is 6 out of 9 solved now. And yeah, Luca Mang explaining the bully romance for me. Very helpfully. Let's get him over to the right side position and let's just let him drop and let's see what happens. I think he has to drop straight down. Okay, so that's not going to be it. I need to figure out how to maintain this guy in suspension. Possibly he needs to be fluttering or teetering once this releases. So there's going to be a particular position that he needs to be in. It's not going to be this half tile over here. It's going to be something else. Let's despawn him and try again. These clouds might also be important. We'll go back there and see. We also haven't really been using the snowballs with that either. And it's possible that I need a snowball to push him down at a critical moment. So for example, push him like this, then we have a snowball come down, bump him one more time. Once the snowball bumps him, then we crush. Or we have a snowball come towards this position, it roll down here, roll towards this, and then once it rolls, then we bounce at the same time and have the bully take a synchronized hit. So let's see if we can escort a snowball up to that location. I think snowball is going to go down here and then hit. I think, though, that if we raise this all the way when a snowball is coming... I kind of need to follow a snowball to the left to do that. No, it's not going to go anywhere near here. Let's ground pound this and see what happens. Yeah, that's not nearly what we need it to be. So the idea I'm thinking of is to hit this with a snowball. And we've got to think about that. We know how to reverse the snowball. hold it over here. We also know, perhaps, once we have crushed the bully, then the next snowball would just hit the wall over here, so... Then can I obstruct that somehow so a snowball can come back out? Or find a place to stomp in a snowball so I can reposition it. I mean, it's pretty clear to me that this exclamation block here, this has to be the kill zone. The question is, if that is going to be the kill zone, then how do we get a snowball all the way up to that location? It seems like it would have to fall in from here. And how does it fall in from here? We need to pass all this stuff, which is not simple. Also notice that we are able to send a snowball to the right over here if we want, then this guy... Yeah, snowball's going to go here and then back. And... why would? Where do we want to send him? It's probably something with a snake block crush. I think that's what it's going to be, is actually sending the bully down here and doing the snake block crush. We would need the first snake block to get in position first, though, and then need to respawn it. Yeah, we just send him across, in fact. Nope, that's not right. Except we can hit this with a snowball and raise him. The idea is that I need to get the bully over to this location here and get him here for next crush. Or we can do that. No reason whatsoever. Looks like I am supposed to find some way to stop a snowball over there, though. Anyway, this guy, he goes up. You can send the bully over here to the wall. And if he drops straight down, then if I'm able to hit this one slot at a time, I bump him over and hit that block. I feel like I'm supposed to push that while it's in the middle of reloading. That should be possible to do so. Or maybe... No, you just follow it over, perhaps. About 81 seconds. Yeah, I can't really get that to refresh in time, unfortunately. And we can't quite overshoot it. Well, that snowball is going to be relevant. It's just a matter of figuring out how to manipulate the snake block timing at the same time. We don't want to take it over that quickly. We can kind of send it through here. Hang on. And stop it in this location. Nope, stop it in this location, is it? And negate that off accordingly. Like, stop it here, activate the snake block. Not the snake block, the track block, and then send it through. Okay, we've got 3 seconds. We're not going to demonstrate it now.
Oh no!
Because you do want that single activation on the exclamation block on the left. Anyway, let's figure out some more. We know how to deal with all of the first 5 so far. This is the first one we have not solved. It's again looking at whether we can do some kind of remote snowball interaction here. If we take a snowball down to this location, do we... anything we can do with it? Because either we get a snowball to hit the exclamation block, or we get a snowball to hit the bully. I think we get a snowball to hit the exclamation block, just given the falling angle over here. But the question then is, how do we do it? Do we send it up? We do something quite different. I like some of the repeated elements in this one, like using the snake block. That. You can stop it, but when you stop it, then can I send it up? Not certain that I can. But let's play with the snowball physics and see what we can discover. Nope. That just sends it forward. I was hoping to lift it up here somehow. But with the Goomba head, I don't think that's really going to happen. Snowball can get sucked into the clouds here. That's what pushes the bully. If it pushes the bully, then what? Let's snake. Also notice that if we kick the bully, we can send the bully itself through pipes. I don't think that's going to be it, though. I think it is going to be some kind of snowball that we land in this location. However, the clouds are important, because the clouds tell me that potentially we might want to load something in here and keep it loaded. Every time we see clouds, we should be thinking along those lines, just in case. So anyway, what I was looking at over here earlier was whether we could outpace that somehow. We did manage to stop a snowball to the right earlier. I actually don't quite recall how I did it, but... Nope. Not gonna be something like that, I don't think. It's just not puzzly enough a solution. I feel right. Also, yeah, ground pound just destroys it. Let's come back out. Maybe we should just chase it through. Oh, almost. Not quite, though. I think, given the push here, it's unlikely. Maybe there's something we can do here to manipulate Backlog, or to use it as... it wouldn't be some kind of crushing interaction for me. It'd be a little too specific to that. Actually, maybe so. No, I mean, if I get crushed, I just die, so that's going to be it. So, for example, if I just walk through here... then I would have to activate this block anyway. Do anything in this position. There's something I did here earlier to stop that. It's not going to go fast enough to go through. I think that's the wrong way to think about it. However, we could potentially push the bully over to that side initially and use the bully to move the snowball, and then load the snowball onto the clouds. And then use that as we respawn the bully without despawning the snowball. What if we block the track block from respawning? What if we put the bully in this position? And would it obstruct this track block from reappearing? I think it might, actually. Let's reset it through here. Because if it does that, then we are potentially in business. Put the bully on this square right here on the intersection. And then you put the snowball on the clouds. Let's push the bully one square further. Let's see. Track block does not come back. Great, that's exactly it. And we try to stop it on the clouds. Then we run away and respawn the bully. And snowball should remain loaded. Snowball does not remain loaded. Okay. I was hoping it would. We need to get a different bully in that location then. I don't think so. I mean, I think it was making contact with the ground, and that was taking priority over the cloud in the top left corner here. We should try that again to make sure it works, because I suspect this will work. It wasn't fully on the clouds. Yeah, I suspect that was the issue, so I'm glad I picked that up and I'm trying it again, because the collision priority with the block itself would take over. Okay. I believe this solution should work. Respawn the bully. Oh, wrong way. And then dump him down. Yeah, so that's an interesting use of track block properties that is, I think, relatively unknown. This is something that Loop and Snoop talks about sometimes, that nobody in this game understands track blocks. They're extremely powerful, but I mean, clearly Mang understands them, but they are one of the elements in this game where their possibilities are way out of scale with the general state of game knowledge surrounding them. Now, noting that we know how to get a snowball up to this point, do we know how to get a snowball any further? I don't think we do. We can, however, use this to reposition the other bully and potentially get it over here. It's not going to fit into any kind of one-tile space, though, so that doesn't matter. But these clouds, once again, tell me that I should be thinking about doing something like a snowball load. And if we're doing a snowball load, can we get one all the way up there? Well, it's not clear. I mean, what you have to do is you need to send a snowball down here and then raise it.
Oh no!
If a snowball falls on top of a bully, I don't think the bully is usable as a platform that way. I doubt that's the interaction that we want. But anyway, we have solved all of these, right? We have solved that guy. Yeah. Everything up here is fine. We have not solved this one. Wings. Again, it looks like it's another remote interaction of some sort. Exactly how it's going to work, I'm not exactly sure. Interestingly enough, I think the snake block might be able to push the snowball out of this position. Or does it crush? It crushes, yeah. But what if it did? What if we're able to send a snake block underneath and then push a snowball over it and drop it into this location? That would seem to be the way to go. That we land that snowball on top of a snake block as it's coming down. And then push it over to snake block. That's going to be a tricky timing. So the idea is that we have this go. Yeah, the snowball would kind of need to pop up above this spot and land back down on top of snake block. That seems a little finicky. I don't know if that's possible. But we can land a snowball over here. We land a snowball in this location, and then we can raise it. No, because that's no different from just raising that in the first place. Remember that the objective is to get the bully over here so the snake block will crush it. So for example, let's say we send it over here. You see how the snake, or rather the snowball, does that initial rise above this location. Snake block comes around. One thing we could potentially do is send that snowball over to the left over here. Then we hit it from the left and let it roll gently, and then we activate the snake as it's coming over. Because the snake block creating this entire passage up to this point looks very promising in terms of having something for the snowball to get across. So supposing that we need to reload the snake block to do that, though. Now, supposing that we do this, then we raise this, then we stop this guy, and we roll him back over to the right. If you roll him back over to the right, then you're able to... Well, let's see if we can get within range here. Despawn the snake block and respawn it. Yes, we can. We might be able to do it then. We push and get... Oh, never mind. Maybe we shouldn't have done the fast push. So push works a little bit differently from a jump. Let's forget about the relative speed here. Because if you jump, the push does go a little faster. Anyway, you kind of see what I'm getting at, that we're able to load a snowball over here, and then use the snake block again, and if we can get it to pop above the snake block, that's what I want to do. And it would be a pretty exact timing, that you'd have to basically have this come up. Snake block starts in this position. As soon as you land on it, it goes over by 1. So basically you'd have to wait for the snowball to go up here, and then once it pops out of the pipe, you land on top of this, and then snake block will catch it. But yeah, you would need to outpace that slightly. You could also raise the snowball up here and push it from this position, and then it will definitely fall down accurately and allow me to jump over to the snake block accordingly. So let's try that instead. We'll try to stop the snowball here and then raise it all the way up top, perhaps. Yeah. We'll reverse it. That totally isn't going to work. I don't know if it goes high enough, or if it will just get pushed horizontally by the snake block as it comes across, because if it comes over here, the risk is that the snake block will just push it. Okay. Try it again. And of course, in the end, we'll have to execute all of these together, which is fine. This is just one of the very few we haven't done yet. We were missing that one and the winged bully on the left. Yeah, this is going to be a little tricky. I need to... Oh no, I wanted to stop it on top here. let's see how high this goes. It goes up. I don't think the snake block will catch it. I think it's going to push it. Because the snake block comes down this curve over here. But if it gets pushed, maybe it gets pushed into this location. If it gets pushed into this location, then you can push it over to snake block that's coming over here, and then it would still send it across successfully. And regardless, this is what this pipe is for. So if the snowball rolls down here, you have enough time to catch up to it so you can stop it on top of the clouds on its way back. Pretty sure that's what that's going to be for. Oh, nope, missed it. Stood a little too close to the exclamation block. Let's go back here. So yeah, previously this just hit the wall. We need to prevent that from happening. How do we prevent that from happening? Well, we can do it like this. Then we do a push. That's not exactly it. I was hoping that would work. And I don't think it's a matter of timing. I think it's always going to make contact in this position and
Oh no!
probably miss because of that. So the snowball doesn't go high enough there to make that happen. If it doesn't go high enough to make that happen, then what can it do? I might be overcomplicating that specific setup. So specifically what we want is we want a snowball to roll over here. If we have this in this position, then we can send it across like that. What we can do is we can just get over here with no snake block, send it up top from this position. So we push the snowball, catch up to it, and we can just bump it manually. Right? And we just kick the snowball as it's here. I kick it by myself. And it should fall this way. Bounce back, then we stomp on it, stop it on the cloud. So I actually don't need to respawn to snake block at all. Okay. Hello, Chess Bunzo, welcome. Alright. That's a miss. Big miss, unfortunately, but that's okay because maybe we're able to catch up to it if we push from here. Catch up to it this way? Nope, too slow. I do need a bit more lead time on this. Yeah, pushing it from the top position is probably going to be the best idea. And yeah, let's respawn the snake block and try that again. Push. Okay, stop it. I'll try to stop it on top of the exclamation blocks this time. Let's not hit that by accident. Oh, that's bad. I did not want the snake block there. I wanted the snake block to go away. We had despawned it by that point, which is not good news. Why don't I just send it up and kick it? Why didn't we just do things the easy way? A question I ask myself very often, and of course all of you know the answer to that, which is that this just isn't that kind of stream. We need more than one hit, though. We need more than one snowball, I think. Yeah, because one hit's not going to be enough here, right? Or is it? Well, we can send this guy to the left. It will be enough, because when we stomp... Oh, no, we can't stomp at that right now. Snake block will just push back down. We did need it up by an additional level, so we actually do need 2 snowballs in that position then. So we stop one snowball on top of the cloud, and then we grab a second one somewhere. But we definitely need 2 hits. Yeah, there's no question about it. We definitely need 2 hits. So do we need a second snowball from this side? We know how to stop the other one over in this position. If we load one snowball into that position, then it counts as loaded, so we definitely don't get a respawn from this pipe, do we? Whoops, mistake. Okay, let's do this. At least we're landing on snowballs this time, and like that co-op puzzle we were playing the other day. But yeah, that stays loaded, which means that we will need a different snowball completely for the next one. Currently don't see where to get one. You can stop the snowball in that location. The bully would be raised by 1 position. If the bully is raised by 1 position, we're able to land it over here. Why would we land it over here? Because... why don't we just push it across with the snake block this way? Nope, because this still only goes up by 1 block. But the bully can get loaded into this position if we use the snake block. We want to get it across here. That's the objective for those following. We need the bully get across this way. You know what? I think we already have the tools to do that. We just need to... Whoops, that's not right. That's okay. We can stop it. Whoops, that's not right either. And what does this do? If it only hits once. No, it definitely needs to hit twice. Possibly even more than that. Maybe if I get myself crushed here or something. And... nope. So we know how to land a snowball in that location. We know how to use this snake to crush. If the bully is in this location, nothing's going to happen to it. Snowball's just going to crash against it. The snake block is going to come over here. When the snowball hits, it will crush the bully by pushing it against the bottom of the snake block. That's the solution. Yeah, that's what it is. Not that we'll be able to set it up in 50 seconds, but that is the solution. We understand it. So the idea is that you stop it like this. Let's reposition. Not that we can do much in 30 seconds. Reposition it on the cloud. Is this on the cloud? Let's be sure. You then move the bully to position here. I do need to respawn the snake block, so let's go a little wide. About 13 seconds, we won't really see it, but the idea is that you send the snake block over and the snowball over at the same time. Snake block goes, snowball goes, the bully gets crushed against it. That's how it works. I feel like we understand it. We don't necessarily need to go back to that one. Also, I noticed that my video might be having some issues. Do let me know if we're experiencing any excessive lag on the screen. No, I think we're fine. My bitrate just seemed to be a little bit wonky today, that's all. Anyway, we still need to take care of the flying bully. So we've taken care of 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, we know how to do that one. This guy, we don't know. We know how to do 6, 7... 8... Yeah, so we just have one that we haven't solved, I think. Which is just a flying one. We know all the other ones at this point. So flying guy needs something like this. Possibly I actually need to send him to the left side and get him to be hit by a snowball coming in from the left. Here's the thing. If the bully is knocked down by a snowball, does he just fall completely? No, he'll float. And he'll float back into position after going down by 1 tile. Okay, this is the property that we need to know. That he'll float back to the nearest platform. This is an extreme edge case behavior. We've never really seen this. So we need something to hit him remotely or to hit the block remotely. Where, for example, you have a snowball coming in and you push into position. Or you push this guy into position. And yeah, if you dunk him to the floor, then he stays on the floor. He needs to not be on the ground. If he's knocked down to the ground at all, we're in big trouble. However, what we can do is we can knock him down in this position and then dunk him maybe down to this location here. And then do a double push. Let's see if we can do that. When you're not in Goomba form, flying bullies usually chase you up to the height that you have. So if you're within range of them, they kind of match your height. Their Goomba shoe behavior I've actually never seen, despite feeling like I tested most of... Not Goomba shoe, but Goomba hat behavior I've never really seen. So a single dunk with the Goomba does send them straight down to the ground, so we can't do that. We do need it to be pushed over by 1 space from this position, then. I feel pretty confident in saying that. And I feel like it does have to be that position. Here, as you can see, we can go down if we want, but it's always going to climb back up to that location. However, if we push it down like this, then it should perhaps stay... You know, that was almost right. That was almost right. We needed to drop in that position. If it's struggling to get back up, it's in that animation that it's going to be suspended. And so the issue that we had previously was that I had jumped on top of it, I think. We need to get it... Yeah, it's the second hit when it's in its struggling animation that we need to be careful with it. Because what I actually do want to do is drop it into this location. And then... That's actually correct. We'll try it. Oh, whoops. Accidentally did a spin. So yeah, it's going to try to get back onto the nearest platform by going up by 1 block. This is really interesting. I'm very happy I learned something about the best item in the game today. Which I hadn't done in a long time because it is so criminally underused. So we want it to be in the struggling animation as... Whoops, nope. That was a bounce. We want it to be pushed. We want to push the bully, have it teeter on the edge. Oh, whoops. It was just going to drop like that. Nope, and once again we missed. Let's respawn it. We need something reliable because obviously we'll be a little bit limited in time. I feel like... Yeah, this is too far from any snowball to be a snowball interaction after all, perhaps. Drop at this guy. Wait until a blink. Nope, once again, just missing the jump every time. Because I clearly have enough time to do this, but we need to not spin into this. We need to be really quite precise. Like this. Double bounce like that. I don't know why I have so many issues with up diagonals from time to time. Also, he's totally not teetering on the edge, which is a problem because... maybe he will be. Bounce. Okay. No, it has to be from this side. Go back and do it. This is the last one that I need to solve, and I think I have the whole puzzle finished. I wasn't expecting something this puzzly, but it is something very bouncy. And the most interesting thing I've seen with the Goomba hat in a long time, which is always very welcome on this stream. No, we had it. We had it. I just didn't manage to do that properly. Nope, once again, standing too close. It's doable, we just need to... No, not have an accidental spin every time I change directions. So... just the way I'm holding my controller, perhaps. Anyway, we are going to have a timeout, but we can practice this. We can't afford to spend this much time on it, obviously, when we do the real run. And Luca, I bet there is a much easier way to do this that I'm just forgetting about. As we get it stunned. We can absolutely do this way. I mean, the timing is correct, it's just the spacing is completely wrong, so... Alright, you know what? Let's kill as many as we can on the way over. Just so we can get used to doing all the setups quickly. Ground pound there would probably have been best. And yeah, that's going to be this guy here because we overshot for the on the left. And then we need to... What do we need to do here? Looks like a snowball coming in from that side. Yes, that's right. We'll make sure we've got him over here. And we snowball this way. We stop it. was not a stop. Going up top is actually going to be best here, I think. Whoa. Alright. This is the part where we die to execution for the next half an hour, which is why they call it an execution. There's got to be an easier way to do this. Why don't I just do a partial? No. There's no reason not to send a bridge the whole way through. Right? I didn't think so anyway. Nope. Amazing how easy it is to make a mess of this. Come on. Have to leave enough time to do the rest, too, so... That's okay, it'll be practice for all the execution mistakes we didn't prepare for earlier. We know what is difficult and what needs polishing from my end. Okay. Nope. I do need to drop it in the center. Nope. There we go. Finally. Okay, now we push. And hit. 300 seconds on the clock. Time's a wasting. Okay. See, not that hard. Oh, too slow. So not only do you need to solve it, you do need to do the interaction somewhat accurately. There we go, 4 out of 9, 260 seconds. We can do much better than that. This was the main roadblock so far. This is the one where we chase the snowball over. Once we've loaded this guy on the cloud, and the other cloud. Probably faster just to wrap around the bottom side, but that's okay, we'll take it. The snowball does push him quite far, so we just get him centered on the cloud, and that's probably sufficient. Okay. Alright, now we make our way over. Push him. It's pretty generous. 5 out of 9. Okay, now this guy. Let him blink. Nope. It's okay, we'll try it again. Okay, let's respawn him. And in the meantime, we can probably do the other one too. Since that's quick. Nope, just standing too close. The range on that always throws me off. The minimum distance that you have to have for the long jump. Okay. Third blink. Fourth blink. Nope, once again. With a spin. Nope. Once again, standing too close after the first one. You kind of need to let go right away after the first bounce. There we go, finally. Yeah, that's the trick. You have to let go right away. You can't hold left into the block because otherwise you stand too close at the end of the long jump. 112 seconds. We're probably not going to make it on this attempt, but at least we've learned a lot of things about how to make this cleaner. Seven out of 9, 100 seconds left to go. We'll make a run for it. Okay, so we do need to just follow this through the pipe. Let's... Oh, I shouldn't have activated the snake block. I do need it later. It's okay. Wrong way. Alright, now we reverse. And then, oh, wrong way. That's annoying. So now I can't actually get around it. Come on. I need to respawn it. We're not going to make it, but we'll be reasonably close given all the mistakes I made along the way. Out of 9, and then this one is the snowball blocking the track block, or rather the bully blocking the track block. We will not make it, but yeah, given how long I spent on, I think, number 4 earlier, I think I will definitely be able to do it all in the next attempt. Yep, so the idea is you push this through, and you stop it on the cloud. Oh, and we missed it on a cloud anyway, so timeout. Let's try it again.
Oh no!
We have the solution mapped out at this point, though, so we'll do it. Okay. We'll try to do the early ones cleanly. Okay. Then this one here will practice the repeated long jump again by letting go of the directional arrow as soon as we make each hit. Yeah, much better. Much faster, in fact. Alright, so we send this guy to the right once we stomp on the entirety of this block. Send him over. Load him into this position. He will stay loaded for the time being until we have decided not to make too much of a mess out of this snowball. Yeah, jumping over the top is probably the best idea. We just need to commit to that nice and early. Nope, this does seem like the hardest one to execute in some ways. There might be a way to make it easier for myself, but I'm not going to find it right this moment. Nope, you see, I'm trying to outpace it, and instead I'm just landing on top of it every time. Is it even still loaded in that position? Yes, it is. Okay. You know, you just send it to right and have it maybe slow down against a slope. I think it'll go too fast for that, though. I think it's going to hit. I probably shouldn't just assume that, but... No. Either that, or I just push it from below as it's about to fall. There's got to be an easier way to do this. This is much harder than I expected. Okay, there we go. We need a tail behind it. I can't outrun it. And thinking that I could outrun it was the mistake. And then... Okay, we're not too far behind. 320 seconds or so with 4 down. We're a little bit ahead of last time. Not much ahead. We'll need to be quick. Alright, let's not waste time up here. Let's get this guy right away, because seconds do count, as we discovered the hard way. Push this. Outrun. Just barely hit this. That's 5 out of 9. Now it's this one where we need to remember to let go of the directional arrow for the repeated hits. Let's wait until blink number 4. Nope, didn't even get the first hit. Let's respawn it. The more I play this, the more impressive that 2-minute record from Luca looks. Luca, the holder of the most Meng level records in the world so far as I'm aware. Let's try it again. There we go. 230 seconds at this point, 6 out of 9. Oh, whoops. Need to fire up the snake block first, so let's kick this and send this to the right. Get in position. Race this over. I have to say, I really appreciate a lot of the repeated elements that are used in different contexts in this level. Very much like the Thwomp puzzle that we had seen on this account previously, I think. The other one that also had a kill all air condition. Okay, we're going to send this guy to the left and we're going to chase the snowball, and then we'll do the snake block crush. Nope. Not quite right angle here. Whoa, nope. Yeah, we're going to activate that. We'll have to respawn it. Hey, that's actually going to help me marginally. And I'm going to miss. Alright. Sudden flashback to missing every snowball in that co-op puzzle. Okay, good enough. For government work. Whoops. You see, if I'd landed the snowball in the middle, that would have been disastrous, because I would have knocked it over. Oh, whoops. Here we go again. What are you looking at, number 9? Okay, let's not hit that by mistake. Let's outpace this slow snake block too fast. I did not mean to hit it so quickly. We have 120 seconds left for the last 2. We should be able to make it. We're still doing better than last time. Not by much, but better is better. Oop. Yeah. Might be a little bit slow, but we got it. 100 seconds left for the final one. That's about a minute faster than last time, so let's get this bully in position as soon as we can. Over by 1 slot over here. Let's do a complete block just to be safe. Go up above. I'll stop it on the cloud. This is a little too far over. Oh, yeah. That was a bad idea. Now we've messed up. Now we've got to probably redo the whole thing. Now we're really in trouble. Because I'm back to basically the position I was in on the last attempt. Going to be tight. I'd have to respawn the bully too in order to crush it at the very end. Nope, too far over. I do need to despawn the bully without despawning it. Of course, I can always just... no, because you'd have to run to the left to despawn the bully over here. This is not going to go. Let's start over. Fourth corner, welcome. Luca was saying a couple minutes ago this was supposed to have 10 bullies, but, well, that's what happens if you bully Mang into finishing it just in time for Christmas. 10th bully will have to be an enduring mystery. Given how tight I am on time, 10 bullies would require a whole other level of execution. You can see why the clear rate is so high, though, because each of the attempts takes so long as you figure things out. Speaking of which, let's not take too long on this. Let's remember to let go of the directional button every time. Okay, now for the hard one. Green toe is going to be next. On the next attempt, which might be in quite a few minutes, but we'll honor that regardless. Okay. Yeah, let's load him properly. Tuck him into that position, and then... So we do not try to overshoot the snowball, we try to stay behind it and do a short hop into it. Mang has to go do stuff. Well, yeah, you can just expect at this point that I will get clear eventually, and will always be the bot afterwards, of course, so thanks, Mang, for dropping by to see both this and a previous clear. This was a really fun level, by the way. Even accounting for my Goomba hat bias. No, it's not every day that a level actually teaches me new stuff about Goomba hat I hadn't seen before. That is really, really interesting. And the winged bully in particular would qualify here. Fourth corner, you hate doing stuff. Well, don't we all? Okay. Alright, 5 out of 9. Wait for blink number 4. First try. Look at that. Okay, this is the one with dropping the snake block first. This is going much better than some previous attempts. 7 out of 9 with 300 seconds left. This is a significant improvement, double the time I had previously. Send this guy over and stop it properly. Then... Oh, nope. Landed on him poorly. Let's try it again. We were on such a streak, too, of doing this properly. Enough time to choke, exactly, repeatedly. As we've seen in so many levels in the past. Oh, no, choking again. We needed to load this guy down first. Forgot about that. Yeah, look at that. I was so proud of having about 3:20 or 3:30 on the clock, and we've already burnt a minute since then. And we need to get the snake block going once again, if we can. Yeah, it's going to reload the bully. Go up top. Okay, we will use this guy to block the track block. I said we'll use this guy to block the track block. Right. We push, we stop it on top of the cloud. Okay, we'll push it again while the bully's still in place. As long as we don't bump it into the bully like we did last time, we're probably in okay shape. But we do need to despawn the bully at the end of this, so despawn this way, and we push to the left. We push it over here. We try not to miss this hit. Look at this rather critical piece of this puzzle, and there we go. Completion. Where's my hard mode? What was that artwork in the back room anyway? GG. Mang, of course, had to go do something, but thank you for the level. Oh, Mango's back with a GG. Okay, that's fine. And Luca, of course, dropping that bully emote that we've had all this time. I need a Goomba hat emote to match that bully emote, and we should have had that in place for this level specifically, which uses not just one, but two of my favorite things in the game. So, Mang will go now. And thanks for dropping by, Mang. Okay, we did a puzzle level for Mang, so for the sake of balance, we're going to do something very different. It was just kind of an unexpected puzzle. We took about 2 Lucas worth of time to finish it. Wonder who's been on this one so far. Red Knight, of course. Red Knight's been an absolute puzzle master lately. And a lot of people haven't quite gotten through this yet, I see. But they'll make it eventually, I'm sure. Very interesting mechanics all over this one. The 10 clears on it tell me that Luca's run this for the world record several times. Anyway. Let's punch in something else from my notepad here. Mang just uploaded another level. Yeah, we'll see how late I can stay today. Let's play some other stuff first. I took so long on that last one that Mang uploaded a level in that time. And I assume that, Luca, you already have first clear on it and the speed record, so I'm not going to try to race you. Anyway, so we're going to do a platform level by Grakowski, because the thing is, I usually play Grakowski levels on the puzzle stream, which is why when he makes platformers, they tend to fall between the cracks for me. This one is from early November. Blaster Fall Flaster. Stalled against the angst of gravity, an elegant dance with a crying sky. This is in 3D World. For somebody who's mostly known as a puzzle maker, Grakowski can make platform levels in New Soup and in 3D World that are actually very involved in some ways. I think we just need to do the wall cling here, unless... Well, let's see. We're not going to be within range of the on-off switch even if we do hit a slope, are we? See a couple of arrows. We need to activate the on-off switch, but in order to do that, we need to have an explosion that's going to be within a 2-tile range. Let's just see what happens. Oh yeah, because it looks like you will drop an on-off switch and then have a blaster fall to your left side and have that available. So why don't we... Oh, okay, that's interesting. Want this to stop. What does that do? What if we follow the slope by heading just straight towards the ceiling? Oh, okay, that is within on-off range. I was thinking, is that within on-off range if I hit the slope? And I wasn't sure if I'd slide over the slope or not. But yeah, you have to slide down for long enough that you drop the thwomp column on the left side while having the wall jump available on... Sorry, you drop the thwomp column on the right side by sliding down towards it while having the wall jump available on the left side. So, here we go. Like that. Very smooth once you know what to look for. And of course, we'll do this just to see what's up here. Hi! Well, hello to you too. But we would need the blaster here to activate the POW, so we'll get one. How will we get one? It's a ways off. Okay. So it confirms that the gentle slope there is going to count as part of the activation. You do not slide below it. I should have known that from other levels in the past, in fact, but we'll take that anyway, just to prove something. So it looks like this level is mainly going to be about using blasters to hit slope corners. And we'll do that. And then once again, oh, Scroll is going to have a word with me there. I'm not allowed to go up. And then there's going to be a 2x, so I guess we have to do an activation 2 times. That was a mistake. Let's not be over-eager here. Okay. Yeah, we've seen the bonus in the first screen. We've proven ourselves already, so you need to slide all the way down to the swamp, basically, to make sure. Uh-oh. Yeah, you need to wall jump on this side towards the blaster in order to have the second activation. Once you have the second activation, it's going to drop the blasters on the left side again, but probably give you an opening through the scroll break on the right side due to something like a bomb. So let's do that. Okay, through we go. Very interesting. Oh, and I totally missed. And yeah, you do need to bounce off of the creeper in order to get high enough, but we still wound up a little bit low on the wall jump over. And we need to not slide too far down a falling blaster. That's always a very important consideration here, that it will drag you down with it. It will make you sink down to its level. Good. And then you still have iframes at that point, so don't need to worry about the explosion range. 3 times, okay. You can do it. And yeah, that's just within the timing for the creepers to get back in position. And I like how you do get a chance to fall safely if you hold left. Because the creepers get enough time to point their way back up after having been inflicted with a single jump. I do that every time. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and even if we picked up a blaster immediately here, I don't think it would help. We would still need to gain enough height for this initial interaction. Oh, don't know why I did that. Because we failed to drop the blaster successfully the first time. Yep, that's what happened. We did need to slide down a little bit further and confirm the drop for proceeding. Whoop, came in a little bit low that time from confirming the drop before proceeding. Live and learn. Anyway, down we go. We just wall jump right away, and that should be fine. Sometimes the little blinking effect from invincibility frames after the blast does throw me off slightly. Whoops, okay. You need to be pretty careful about the wall jump from the left. It does require a bit of a slide so you get the proper entry angle towards the blaster on that pipe. You can't just wall jump right away from the left side. You do need a bit of a slide down first. Let's try it again. Bit of a slide, and then we go. Perfect. Now for this part over here. Same idea, we just need to make sure we gain enough height at the end of these wall jumps. Perfect timing on all of those creepers as well. Yeah, we might as well have a few bonuses here. And yeah, you can see that trampoline up top. Probably doing a bomb crush as part of the activation mechanism for the exclamation blocks to do another bomb crush down here. So that's how it would work as a 3-switch mechanism in order to open the gate. Anyway, block down here, not relevant to me just yet, but hey, let's scout ahead, see what's happening. Notice that we don't necessarily need to hit the slope, do we? We can... Oh, that's interesting. Secrets. Secrets pointing down, but we're not going to listen to that now, are we? Interestingly enough, what if I came here with the on-off switch having been toggled? Since this is just a big down arrow. Unfortunately, the warp blocks will be expended after the first use. And I will never know. Even if I decide to go... Oh, you actually don't have enough flight range here. Okay, so we do in fact grab this blaster. Do this. And then the thwomp is on a parachute. The parachute is pretty well disguised underneath the blasters in that stack, but it is there, and so we're going to have to slide around with it. Anyway, this is the 3-switch activation I was talking about. That's how it's done. Exactly as we had discerned. So yeah, as soon as you toggle the on-off switch, there is going to be a scroll break that prevents you from taking the warp block that... You can see the shadow actually up top here. The entry point for the secret. But I wonder if there's a way to... Maybe... Nope. I wonder if there's a way to actually do a state switch on this arrow. Perhaps not. Because the scroll break would just move too aggressively, I think. Now this feels almost like a Donkey Min level. Big vertical descent with blaster stacking all over the place. We are a little behind pace on that though, so we'll try that again. Yeah, we were losing a little bit of time initially on this first activation. We do need to follow this down immediately. Otherwise, we are going to run into issues with the auto-scroll. The coins give you a pretty exact sense of wall jump timing to aim for. Whoa, and you need to aim for that wall jump. Down below, I was ahead of the blaster for some reason, but that is supposed to be a solid wall by the time I get there. So, I think we were late on the state switch before that one. Difficult sequence to put together. It is a bit here, considering that there's a fair bit of flexibility to whether the player chooses to slide or drop. Down arrow seems to indicate dropping immediately though, so do that, and it's going to feel quite a lot smoother when I do it that way. And then, yeah, it's going to be a wall jump off the right side into that blaster. It hits the POW, it probably toggles the switch to give me a safe landing zone on the spike balls down below. Also, I'd have invincibility frames from the blast anyway, so... Whoops. Try it again. I always love these scrolling sequences that begin with a player interaction that gets locked to the player's initial input, so you're not just racing it as soon as you get in the room. It's a very effective design that we see here. Oh, not hitting the question block. I'm not sure if I was supposed to, but we're going to get pushed through. Push through once again, and that's coin number 1, and then we will have some kind of anti-key death mechanism by the looks of it. Unless I missed a coin I was supposed to take up to this point. I think it's an anti-key death mechanism, given that it's forced coin before checkpoint. It seems forced anyway. I don't know if you can realistically skip it. Wow, look at that. That was quick. What a push. Alright, we're going to be on 1 coin here. Notice the warp block at the very start. So yeah, it probably does work as some kind of additional checkpoint, especially with that question block looking very suspicious there that could be remotely activated. And, okay, couldn't really see that coming, unfortunately. We'll try it again. I should not hold so aggressively into that. I think that might have to be a short bounce, but I'm not really sure because that was maybe not the easiest thing to read. But we'll see. My instinct, of course, is to hold jump into all of this because there are so many obstacles where we want to be reaching for the ceiling, but it appears for that location anyway, that will not be the case. Yeah, I'm consistently going a little too high. It does say hang left. Maybe we did need a slide interaction at that point. We were reading it too slowly. No, even if you hang left, you do need a short bounce for sure. And I keep forgetting that. Because it's not instinctively the thing I would do. Given how many high bounces we would have. Yeah, definitely short bounce. Now, what happens when we come up here? Bad idea. Bad idea. But there is that 50 coin on the right side, which was very tantalizing. Yeah, the short bounce was the only thing. I just needed to adjust to it, because it did seem a little bit blind. But maybe I'm expected to read that low coin coming in very quickly on the right side of the screen. Right there. Oh, whoops. I'm thinking about what the opportunity to grab the 50 coin would be. We'll have to go back and think about that since we have the opportunity to come back anyway. Nope, once again. Yeah, because I'm already kind of holding jump into the first Piranha Creeper, right? So letting go on the second Piranha Creeper is something that I think is actually pretty difficult to signal. Whoops. Now it's affecting all my jumps psychologically. Well, let's see what we can do. Yeah, way too far. That was salvageable, oddly enough, even though I was wall jumping on the right side. If my wall jumps were positioned just a little differently, I probably could have continued from that point. Let's do it again. Short bounce. And I totally missed the on-off switch, which is bad news because there is death if you do that. That's actually a nice little gate check over there. It looks like you probably won't be able to do that quickly enough to get on top and miss it. Even so, you would remain locked on the left side. So we were just a little bit low on blaster that time for the corner check. Right here. Okay, we made it through. We didn't grab the 50 coin, though. Interesting. Let's do it. Now that's interesting. That we have a whole other sequence that is controlled here. That is going to be past the anti-key death mechanism, which will then allow me to proceed past a flagpole, or no, past this area here. Very interesting mechanism to make that happen. We were supposed to stomp on that, obviously. And then the bomb goes down, but I'm on the wrong side of everything, so... We were supposed to go down the right side column, but with the state switch opening up the Piranha Creeper on that area, so... Let's try it again. Yeah, it is going to be taking advantage of the coins to manage the wall jump positioning. It's not easy to see by any means. And that upper coin is maybe not what I should be going for. The upper coin is there to give me room to slide back down, or possibly fall back down to the 10 coin on the right afterwards. Yep, and then that pushes you. You push against the blaster, and then you jump off on that coin. So the coins do tell you what kind of jump position to expect, but you do need to know that there is going to be a blaster pushing you into that area as you go. So that coin is just as an aspirational point to reach, to indicate that you need a full jump at that point. Here we need to jump a little bit faster, I think, in order to go down. I don't think I missed a switch. Yeah, it just means full jumps. Oh, facing the wrong way here. Oddly enough, I could have done it. We just had too many reversals on that blaster from facing the wrong way while going into holding the jump button. And then, of course, I was off camera, which certainly was not too much of a help there. I'm not always clear on whether I'm supposed to do the wall slide, even after I do the wall jump. I think we have to be pretty careful about that. We should maybe assume wall slides whenever possible, because we do need mechanisms to have time assert themselves. We do need a bit more forward momentum on that push there. We need to avoid being crushed, so the coin indicator on that little sandwich maneuver there does seem like it feels a little bit late, but we'll see what we can do about it. That feels pretty good at this point. Ow. And then after you hit the POW, everything's going to lower. We staggered all the blasters, as you can see, but you do need to cling in order to slide slowly so as to not outpace the camera, which was the issue that time. The twirl might have done more harm than good there, because this is 3D world after all, and it does sharpen your falling angle slightly. Talk about this all the time, but the new soup instincts do not help here at all. And I'm going a little bit late. I was also just too low on the blaster, in fact, from not sliding sufficiently. You do need to slide there completely, partly because you need to be in a decently high position. So, when in doubt, always slide, I think is the lesson that we should be taking from this. And when we see things like the 10 coins, they just indicate that we slide continuously rather than jumping after a full jump. Once again, outpacing that slightly. Shouldn't have gotten that far below. We would have been able to let the blaster catch up with me on the way down. We had just fell a little more cleanly past the right side column. And do a wall jump over there, in fact. And then this is going to crush. And then we have a gold trophy plus a bunch of money, which is the important part in life. And that's going to get me to, first of all, the tree and the 1-up. My trouble. And the top of the flagpole, although it will do a bit of bouncing around first just to get some extra cheerleading going on. There we are. True ending. I'm behind by one Grikowski puzzle as well, but we'll probably save it for the next stream, just to prioritize a little more platforming today. Yeah, because he also just had a very new upload, I think. Mopow's Problems from about a week ago, week and a half. We'll do it on a puzzle stream later this week, I think. We'll want to do at least one puzzle special between Christmas and New Year's. Thank you for the GGs. Let's take a look at more platforming if we can. I can probably stay long enough to catch up on a few more. This was a simple puzzle. Yeah, but that means we can do it as a warm-up next time. I have a mega puzzle that I want to do at some point. The West-crafted guy Tower Escape from many, many months ago, which I've heard is a commitment of several hours. And we'll probably want to wrap a puzzle stream around that. So having a short and simple one as a bit of a warm-up or possibly a dessert to that might be a good idea. So, we'll see. I mean, I manage things pretty casually here. Maybe I will stay up long enough today to do more, but we need to catch up on some document. This is a new one from early December. Document's been on a real tear lately. I do not play this game quickly enough to catch up to all the new document content that is constantly being pumped out. Anyway, here's a Salmon of Capistrano. If any of you are familiar with the legend of the Swallows of San Juan Capistrano, one of the best preserved surviving missions that were constructed by the Spanish conquistadors in what is now Southern California. Arrows indicate which way to bonk the birds. Let's take a look. Bang Bang 69 currently holds the record. And Triscade. I actually can't remember if it's Triscade or Triscade, even though I've been to your stream several times, and you've definitely said it while I was also listening to you play the keyboard. Welcome. Glad to see you here. Hope the piano playing has been going as well as the Mario Maker. Okay, so we're going to grab a helmet. Buzzy's incoming. Let's go left, which is going to be a massive issue. We were supposed to use the Buzzy to bump the blaster. That's what it is. Notice the fake signpost as well. Yeah, so that's what it is. We bump the Buzzy quickly enough that it bumps the blaster. Hence the Swallows of Capistrano. That's not right. we need to rethink that. We probably need to bump Buzzies again to do something about that muncher, but yeah, no time to waste. We do. What if we land on top of the top Buzzy, you know, ride it up a little bit and jump back onto the same Buzzy instead of going forward? Not exactly sure. I feel like the implication is to go forward, but look at that. That's way out of position. That's why we get a reset door for the first interaction. And that's a lot better. No, the muncher there is specifically to control against stuff like that. We do need to rethink that. But then how do you use the spring? You can break the brick under the spring, but then do you use the Buzzy to carry it or bump it further? Oops. I'll try to hit on target a little more cleanly. And so let's say I jump ahead like this. And then let's say I jump on top of the spring to get over. I think that's probably it, that we have to maybe land the spring on top of the Buzzy and load it up. Well, I don't know. We'll see about this collision logic here. No, you definitely need to lower it quickly. Very quickly. Okay. Yeah, so it bounces on top of the top Buzzy and you use that to jump over to the next Buzzy. And then you're going to wrap around the left side and do another Buzzy bump at the question blocks to raise something. Have to figure out what. Have to be pretty quick about this. Raise all of that in position. We jump on top of the Goomba to get on top of the stack, and we get all the way up top. And then we can go over the muncher and back down to the low Buzzy. Then we use the Buzzy helmet to raise the small muncher on the left side underneath the door. That should take me to checkpoint 1. Yeah, it's a document level. We should assume that going fast will solve things. Nope. Overshooting that just a little bit. There is a one-way panel over the spikes on the top left, so I shouldn't be too worried about that jump. It is just a matter of timing. So let's try it again. Oh, totally missed that. Once again, speed is of the essence. And try to clean that up. Okay, oh, we're a little bit slow here, but... And unfortunately, we will need the helmet in order to do anything else here. Very economical reuse of these Buzzies, though, to get them into several different positions. In a way that is still a forced series of interactions for the player. Oh, whoa. Wow, what happened there? I think I just slipped off completely. But yeah, pretty clear to me what the sequence is supposed to be to get to checkpoint 1 at this point. You'll notice that this is also a right to left level specifically because of the Buzzy flight pattern when they spawn in. It's a level that does need to be right to left in order for the mechanic to work. Unless there's some vast additional expenditure of trying to fudge the Buzzy locations at the beginning, and even so, I think it's going to consistently work like this. So yeah, faster on hitting the brick, lowers the spring, we get up top, and then we already know how this is supposed to work, so we've solved it, it's just a matter of doing it. And yeah, just cleaning up some of the corners on our jumps is going to be instantly helpful. Before we get squished out of the way, we're going to take checkpoint over here. Interesting question block. Not that I can do anything with it except maybe hit this shell. One up? It is. And then, oh, we have a bit of time to watch this. The big Buzzy, I think, is going to bump the little Buzzy. Which will then, whoops, didn't think about that as a bounce. We need to get a high bounce off of that, get on top of the big shell, hit the top POW, that will destroy the munchers. So you get a one-time one-up here for having reached this location first time. I'm a little bit behind, as you can see. If I were just a little bit faster, I would have been able to get on top of the Buzzy pretty comfortably to get over the pipe after hitting the second POW. Whoops, so once again, just doing everything a little bit faster, a little bit cleaner. Making sure that we don't spend too much airtime when we need to be cutting some corners. Total miss, unfortunately. I think we do need to land on top of the right Buzzy and jump back to the left once the munchers have been cleared. We'll take a look at that. Oh, bumped that a little excessively, I think. We were supposed to bounce on the lower Buzzy and then land on a big Buzzy and ride it down such that it gets lowered. At that point, little Buzzy might be turning around, but I'm not exactly sure. We need to actually do this cleanly to see. Even a minor fluctuation in time and targeting, as you can see, can throw off the interaction pretty substantially, given we are so dependent on things bumping each other into place. Notice that we can always come back for more one-ups if we wanted. Not really necessary at the moment though, so... Oh, I don't quite like that. That's... I spent too long on the upper Buzzy and raised it when I shouldn't have. I think that's supposed to be a shell ride on the lower Buzzy, but I couldn't quite read that quickly enough to understand it. You bounce on top of it, you get back onto the top Buzzy, and then you have a bounce location to get over to the blue platform on the left. Maybe. That's going to take a little bit of reading. Also because mentally I'm constantly switching between riding on the big Buzzy and bouncing on the little ones. And also because kicking it does lose the shell. I'm not supposed to kick it, I think. I have to just let it go. I ride the top Buzzy and I let the lower Buzzy get unstacked, because it is going to get unstacked once it hits the wall. So yeah, it gets unstacked, and then we do need to kick it though, because it needs to be kicked into that central position. So maybe it's a bit of a reclaim style mechanic where we need to kick it towards the right wall. And I suspect that's what it is, that we need to do a wall kick on the Buzzy, on the little Buzzy. Bad positioning there. The angle does matter quite a bit. Well, sent that way ahead. There's a lot of variation that can happen in this level. Okay, so That's interesting. That if we get there quickly enough, and if I don't raise that other Buzzy, then we can kick that shell into position, perhaps, and still have time to spare for riding. So maybe the back and forth on the POW was the problem here. That's... we cannot afford the time to go back and forth, perhaps, and we do need to stay on the big Buzzy that is going left. Oh, whoops. Bad bounce there. This should have been a bit higher. Yeah, because if we avoid that, then we have lots of time to spare on the small Buzzy shell immediately after. Oh, no, that's not going to work. But then the whole purpose of the one going left to right is to give you a platform for the reversal, but we've been taking a little too long on that obstacle, and I think that's been the major issue run into over here. So you're clearly supposed to get the shell into that position, but I think you need to bounce it while you are able to land on the lower big Buzzy so you have a landing location. Let me get back over here and reset this. Whoops. It's going to take a little bit of puzzling to read properly. Okay, that's correct. So if I get on top of the low Buzzy quickly enough, then I should be able to kick it out of there safely. As before, we should assume that the fast solution is the correct solution. It's going to be something like that. We don't quite have the kick down, because I think it is supposed to be a kick to the right to deflect it, but I want to go back there until it works. But the speed suddenly feels correct in a way that it didn't before. Go right away. Lower this guy. And then we were supposed to go back up. Okay, I see. Yeah, we have to lower the Buzzy as much as possible, and then we might have to use the shell for the turnaround. Underneath the lower location there. Yeah, so the idea is that we hit the pound and then we go immediately. That's the thing I was missing earlier. We should be able to do it. Fire that up. How? If the shell is just sitting still on top of the other Buzzy, then the shell is just going to drop. We do need to kick. We did get it right earlier, once. But we need to go back there and figure out exactly how the kick is supposed to look. Whoops. That will take a couple of attempts to sort. That's the thing about switching between big Buzzies and little Buzzies, is that you always have to realign your brain a little bit between every jump. That seemed right, that we lower this as much as possible. No, I think we actually go for that shell as soon as possible to get on top of the blue platform, and we just outpace the Buzzy going left. Again, assume the fast solution. The one that leads to the smoothest play. Yeah, because that kick from on top of the other Buzzy allows me to run off of the lower Buzzy before it flies across the pipe, and that will allow me to do a pretty wide horizontal bounce towards the blue platform on the left side. No, I do need to land on top of the big one. You bounce, and then you take the blue platform, and you just race over. Okay. Whoa, nope. Yeah, the idea is that you go like this, then you would still need the helmet on, obviously, in order to take the skull platform over to raising that double stack. It's a difficult read, but once things are aligned in the proper position, I think it becomes intuitive. Yeah, that's it. You bounce immediately, and then you go. It is going to be, I think, a short bounce followed by a high bounce. Or a high jump, rather, on the lower shell. Yeah, very mechanically unique. You need a bit more of a run to do that, but then you come across over here, you bump, and then we would bump those guys out of the way, which would give me enough of a distance to jump on top of the buzzies that are going left to right. Yeah, so definitely part of this level is recognizing when it is appropriate to do a short jump rather than a high one. And knowing which corners are appropriate to cut. Yeah, that's very smooth. No, then you jump over directly, and then you loop over here. That allows you to jump over here towards the block. The timing is correct. I lost a helmet, and that was not correct. There is a key that's on top of the Goomba on the left side. That's going to be our next destination after that interaction, but we've mapped out a significant part of the level at this point. And yeah, as before, once I found the correct interaction, it felt really quite smooth. Kick, jump. Now we've got it, except of course I spilled over that. And you do need to kick the buzzies out of the way in order to get over the next obstacle. So yeah, the level always starts in each section with some right to left, because that's how buzzies initially spawn, but then once you're able to scroll into some other setups, you have buzzies going in the opposite direction. And then, one very impressive thing about this level is that even though the camera scrolling is always controlled by the player, the required jumps... Whoops. No, something's wrong here. We needed to do some buzzy bumps to get under the blaster, I think. I'm actually not sure about that blaster offset. I guess maybe it does prevent you from entering the door, but it looked like there was a full tile under the blaster. But I suspect that the stack there is to make doing a buzzy helmet bump underneath the key door something mandatory. I mean, you would think that it has to be mandatory there, but I was looking at that and I wasn't quite sure how it was restricted. Probably some kind of sub-pixel priority shenanigans again, as always. Whoops. Let up a little early on that jump over there. Always have to account for some of the buzzies repositioning too, so. Yeah, once we've figured out the mother and child buzzy stack here, we're in significantly better shape. Let's go up And then... Whoops, slipped right off. So yeah, we missed the question blocks last time, but the important part was to just get a good bumping angle on the double buzzy stack that we just died on. We managed to get that, so it wasn't really mandatory to hit the question blocks after all. It's more of a targeting tool. Oh, totally missed that. Yeah, I mean, obviously the idea here is to think about the buzzies as a platform, which means that we can do the usual thing in many levels where you see the one-way panel trap like that, where you kick a shell into position and then follow it in a trap for the next bounce. Something that you see with a lot of shell throws in a Kaizo context, but not so much with buzzy-on-buzzy action, which is what we have to deal with over here. Okay, let's go pow. Once again, just kind of sweep in, right to left. Have lots of momentum. Do this, and this, and this. And then lower the platform over on this side. Bump these guys. Whoa, bad adjustment over there. So let's see how this is enforced, because I'm not convinced it is enforced, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Right, Maker 2. Because of... yeah. Interesting. So... we are dead here. SD lock? Donkey man. How could you? I mean, it is a good way of doing the helmet check, though, instead of having a helmet check come out of nowhere in the next room or something like that. It does feel pretty intuitive. Alright, down we go. Nope, I keep missing the Goomba because I'm pulling back too soon, when what I should be doing is maybe using forward momentum off the Goomba bounce to reverse from the wall. I don't know about that. That doesn't feel great. I may just be going too slowly. Once again, I need to get on top of that Goomba much faster when it's easier to get back into position on top of the buzzy stack. But we'll deal with it when we get back there. Yeah, it's feeling pretty intuitive and consistent now that I understand what's going on. I'm glad I had the opportunity to figure it out. I like the process of figuring it out, so... oh, okay, no, the buzzies have to bump the blaster. I, of course, cannot bump the blaster. That's the check, is that you have to get there quickly enough for the buzzies to raise the blaster up above the... presumably semi-solid that is overlapping the one-way panel. And that's in keeping with the mechanic that is central to this entire level, so we should have expected that. It's not just a helmet check, it is a buzzy bump check. Which makes perfect sense here. So, go back, we'll attempt it. Love how the helmet placement there gets you accustomed to the fact that this is a right-to-left level, even if you are respawning at checkpoint. I know that I'm somebody whose sense of direction tends to reset at checkpoint if I'm not thinking about a level very consciously. So, when you have doors side by side like that, it's impressive that things have been set up in a subtle way to remind me of which direction I'll be going in. Too late. Too slow. And I knew I was too slow because the positioning heading towards the Goomba felt a little bit awkward. I was lucky to have made it over to buzzies when coming out of the Goombas at all, so... whoops, that's not good. Let's just refresh through the door. That will be the best way to do this. Yeah, we should be able to do this just fine. How... then... Whoa, no. Bad idea. Once again, just treat it like a moving platform. That's the best way to think about it. And okay. Yeah, nice full jump over there is going to do the trick. We'll get this done as quickly as we can. And this done as quickly as we can, so we... Whoops. Nope, that was not great. Also, off the Goomba, we do need to go on top of the Buzzy Stag. We can't go directly Goomba to Goomba. We will not be able to get the height to do so. So that's an important thing to confirm, just so we don't try anything too boneheaded, as opposed to shell-headed. Over the POW, and nice satisfying kick. Once again, and we just spilled right over the edge. Okay, let's try it again. Pretty satisfying interaction here so far, though. Whoa, nope, completely missed. But yeah, stop the shell, kick the shell. It actually is reasonably clear just from the placement of that one-way panel how things were going to go. It just took me too long to read it. But that out of the way, we're mostly just worried about the timing now on the final jump past the key collection. Okay. Diving all the way down, it felt like I'm a little behind pace here, but we made it. Slow, 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 no. I don't think I would have made it regardless. I was a little bit behind, and the bump there probably would have passed the blaster, so... It is a somewhat tight speed check there, to make sure we can reverse out of the Goomba accurately, and part of that also depends on the angle at which I raise the Buzzies. Too obtuse an angle, sending them forward. That will not help things when I try to get over the final jump. So the targeting here does matter quite a bit. This time looks clean. There we go. Very nice, that's a yay. And what do we have? Of course, checkpoint 2. Looks like there's a bit of a shell juggle going on there, unless... Oh no, that's just because I am expected to respawn at checkpoint with no helmet. The shell juggle was actually just a bit of a distraction if you get there successfully from the previous segment. Interestingly, the implication there is that once you open up the key door prior to checkpoint 2, if you accidentally take damage, you're perfectly okay. The check there is to make sure you open up the gate, but past that, you are free to embarrass yourself however you want, as long as you make it to CP2 flag. I keep forgetting that I need to adjust back to high bounces when I am dealing with small Buzzies. Once again, this is just the mental trickery that we deal with every time there's a switch in Buzzy size. Especially when they're just floating on boos like that and liable to chase you around. Except, of course, your facing direction does have to be pretty consistent here, so the boos, keep them suspended, but don't do much to reposition them, because you are never really going to have too much of an opportunity to get them to chase. At least it doesn't seem so. We're going a little bit slowly there anyway. Big Muncher up above looks like it's going to be eventually subject to some kind of bump once we go back and forth. just love these staggering vertical climbs. Yeah, so you raise those with the helmet, and then you would have the capacity to jump higher from that point. Interestingly enough, it looks like that helmet is what's going to activate the POW on the left side. Let's see how that's going to look once we stop slipping around and once we adjust back from bouncing to jumping. As we go from these small buzzies to their significantly larger brethren. The Hercules buzzy beetles. Or rhinoceros buzzy beetles. Whatever species you're dealing with here. I need a little bit more of a run there. Interestingly enough, I was still on my invincibility frames there and could just jump through the buzzies, but unfortunately that doesn't help me for very long. Wow, what was that? Came in right from the side. Not our finest hour here on either of these landings. But of course we're trying to get accustomed to going left to right again, which you'll notice that for the left to right setup, you do require the buzzies to spawn from blocks rather than placed directly in the editor. We're slow, yeah. I think the idea is that you run up against a one-way panel and then you bump the shell from the left. It deflects off the right side wall, it bounces back towards the POW, and then that gives you the timing that is required for whatever comes next. So if we look at this here, we basically go up these buzzies, we run to the right, we bump the shell, and then the POW activation is going to drop something from the note block when the muncher dies. The muncher dies to the POW, the blaster drops down to the note block drops something that is probably another buzzy for me to ride on. But it does mean that that's something that's time limited. We need to be in position when the POW activates, hence deflecting the shell off the right side. Nope. Still losing a little bit of time around that corner. At this point you're supposed to have bumped this up high, and then that's our platform to get up higher. Really nice custom scroll climb here as we... Not custom scroll, it's just actually vertical auto scroll, but we are the ones using the full extent of the left or right space on both screens, so I am the one scrolling the camera left and right. Feels very fluid to be doing a 2-screen wide vertical climb like this one. It still feels reasonably consistent. There's the various spawning positions and triggers. Okay, faster. Kick. Oh no, we have to kick from this side. Hang on. Reacted a little bit slowly there. And then, unfortunately, we'll die to the scrolling there just because I did think I could kick the shell through the one-way panel there, given its offset, but I've been thinking too much about puzzles that involve grabbing objects in the other game styles through one-way panels, and forgot that the shell overlap would not quite extend far enough to make that happen. So if we had read that correctly and kicked the shell right to left in the first place, we would have had plenty of time to advance through what from that point on seemed like a fairly gentle series of obstacles. Whoops. Anyway. I feel like I've deflected those way too far. Yep. So that was, again, a fairly poor angle. You want to send those buzzies up vertically as much as you can instead of diagonally. Which means that I want to hug the wall to the left as hard as I can before I make the jump. Yeah. Straight up if possible, not on a diagonal. I feel like the level description had some kind of hint about this, that the arrows do kind of matter. fell behind pace a little bit there, but will hopefully not be too critical. Oh. Yeah, we were supposed to bump the next stack by this point in order to make it over. Fairly intense sequence here if we fall behind even a little bit. Yeah, let's lower those bounces as much as we can. And once again, get to the maximum extent of that block down below, just to make sure our kicks are as smooth and as vertical as possible. The angle does matter quite a bit. We're supposed to spawn this. Yeah, we hit, we spawn, we go back, we hit again. And so, depending on whether you're given a diagonal arrow or a vertical arrow, does make a fairly significant difference in positioning, and it's just a matter of finding the right kind of bounce to get things to behave accordingly. Up we go. Too much of a delay there, I think. And as you can see, we're falling behind once again. F. Samus, welcome. I wonder if we're supposed to go for the Buzzy spawn on the left side first. I don't think we can, because I'll be at the mercy of the timing of the Buzzy stack's initial arrival, and so I don't think I really have that much flexibility. Okay, there we go. Nope, missed that, but that is correct. That is correct, and we would have been able to ride the skull platform across to catch up to the high stack. Everything up to that point, until that miss, was actually what I should be doing. And once you get a better sense of how to angle the Buzzy stacks, things become much smoother. It just takes a little bit of deliberate intention here when it comes to vertical versus diagonal. Straighten things out whenever possible. Always assume that going fast is good. Once again, thrown off a little bit by the auto-scroll here. Let's exercise some care. And take this up. Whoops. Even minor delays like that can sink my progress through the level if I'm not careful. The timings here are not going to be that flexible when playing against a camera, as you can see right here. So yeah, that's what I want, except I need to not miss the trampoline when I'm going up. That you go for the trampoline, it bounces you up to the top of the Buzzy stack, over to that 4-coin row. Yeah, once again, the minor mistake around the shell kick was enough to cause camera problems by itself. So let's just fix that up if we can. I'm a little slow. I always lose a little bit of time on it. Let's practice to jump anyway, though. Yeah, so the jump will be correct. Obviously, we need Buzzy stack to be further at that point, but the timing off of the blue skull platform is what I should be doing. Okay, let's try it again. Pick this thing, take it back. Yeah, once again, I can't skid to a stop like I've been doing. These guys here. Positioning needs to be a lot better than what I've been doing with it. And then, did we Oh no, I need to keep riding. Okay, okay. I thought I needed to uncover a door or something by bumping the blaster higher. That's not true because we can't bump it just by ourselves. We do need a Buzzy in order to bump it. Anyway, I just read that poorly. We're supposed to continue riding the Buzzy over to the left side, and that would have been an easy ending. Just a big misread on my part since I was seeing that for the first time. Ah, way out of position. Unfortunately. Not nearly vertical enough. Der Bescheid Visser, welcome. Schmello to you too. Alright, let's up everything we can. And try to gain time on the auto scroll, which is always going to be pretty critical here. Just our firing angle. Yeah, this bit over here can be a little bit tricky, but we got it. Jumping over that on instinct. Oh no, I didn't realize that it was going to come down towards me afterwards. Okay. And if we jump on the Buzzy, we lower it such that we are able to target the Buzzy again after the next question block. And yeah, Der Bescheid Visser, Merry Chrysler to you too. Hope you've celebrated by placing a star on top of the Chrysler building. There's no ornament like a hood ornament. Okay, that was taking a sip of my drink at a checkpoint death. Forgot that it was going to respawn right in this room instead of in a transitional room like the last one. Alright, gain time on the auto scroll if we can. Let's cut some corners. Let's go fast. Camera spawns are always going to be based on my vertical position here, so the auto scroll is going to get everything to load in pretty consistently. You got Mario wrapping paper for your nephew, excellent. The indoctrination must begin now. Also so you can have more players in the co-op pool, no doubt. Okay, even minor mistakes like that can cost me the whole level, so let's really careful. Okay, salvage that, just barely. Whoa. And then, yeah, we unfortunately lost too much time. I am supposed to jump on top of the Buzzy and then raise it? I'm not exactly sure. No, I think the question block actually just gives me another Buzzy. I don't think I'm supposed to use that as a bounce, am I? Because looking at that series of obstacles, I don't have enough to work with to get me across the big row of spikes at the top of where I just was. But I haven't seen enough of that to tell. So, we will see. Okay, shorter bounces all around so we can save some time and race the auto scroll up. Get into the best possible positions for the various spawns. Some of these timings will always be pretty controlled though, given how you have to get the Buzzies at pretty specific locations. Yeah, pulling back a little bit on that Buzzy on the left, although we're still overshooting slightly. Landing on the Buzzy on the left has been a bit of a problem for me. And yeah, F-Sam as we're booping everything up. That's very much the point of this level. I don't think I've missed anything. Up to the point where we've progressed anyway. Okay. Go. Maybe too much of a diagonal on that one, but that's okay. We've got it. This is the turnaround that always throws me off slightly. And this spawn, yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a spawn. And then we are through. And will you look at that, 50 coins all around. Let's redo this. We need to do it correctly. Or not at all. Raise this as high as we can, and then go for every 50 coin and still not the top of the flagpole. So that was mostly accurate, but not quite. Anyway, that's Salmon of Capistrano by Donkey Mid. And thank you for the GGs. And for the additional Semises. Okay. Looking at my list here, we do have a bit of recent document to catch up on, in fact. I'll probably do at least one more. Because I'm a few levels behind. This one's a re-upload. I can't remember if I cleared it in its previous form, in fact. But we'll do this other new one from November, which I wanted to look at. This is Duck a Lot. I'm not a player. I just duck a lot. It says Big Mario. This is in Super Mario World, so we will not be using Big Mario, but we will duck a lot. On second thought, let's not go to Duck-a-Lot. It's a silly place. Reach the goal as Super Mario. Well, joke's on you, we're going to reach it as Super Luigi. After we Duck-a-Lot. Oh, we would need to hit both of these, obviously, and then take iframes to run around. And so we're going to stand here and die instead. Yeah, break both of them, jump up, slide everywhere. Those opening pipes seem like they're worth a look as well. Whoops. Yes, sir. Duck-a-Lot. Exactly. Duck-a-Lot of the lake. So what's this? Is this a practice pipe for the second section? Oh no, it's a hint. Okay. Hint. Duck-a-Lot. Please? Okay. Duck-a-Lot, player. Close enough. Okay. Yeah, we need a duck in order to do the Twister Cling. Because otherwise it will not grab me through when we panel. Surprising... I shouldn't say surprising number of ducking interactions in this, given that we were explicitly warned about it. Then why would you need... Oh yeah, because you do need to clear this as Super Mario, so at some point there will be... Well, I mean, do you have to keep them the whole way through, or there will be some kind of additional check against that? There we go. Okay. No, we needed to smash this with Mario. And we needed to just not hit the spike wall. Despite the placement of that down arrow, which... of course, being 2 tiles wide is out of alignment with the 3-tile bumper. Wow, bumped the wall. More like bump a lot. But yeah, the Twister is something I did read correctly. We duck into it in order to do the Twister Cling and wait for the Goom to get in position down below. And that allows me to make it over more successfully than I just showed here. We'll show off this interaction anyway. We're supposed to hang right, I think. Well, we'll go back there and we'll see what happens. Whoops. Duck a lot, but critically not just all the time. There are places where it's worthwhile to stand up. Stand and be counted. Okay. Here we go. Nope, lost too much momentum there. But yeah, twist your cling, and then goom, and then you get on the platform on the right side, which then allows you to proceed even further. Nope, a little bit slow there. You do need a duck jump, but I think I was a bit behind pace in order to make that happen. Nope. Hey, there we go. Well, I don't know what happened there. Probably should have just stayed in the duck into the jump, although we did need to reverse direction at that point, so... Whoa, nope. Shouldn't take damage there, but that's okay. We'll continue to attempt some platforming. I haven't really seen the Twister Cling used in Super Mario World before. I don't know if the sprite collision only makes it work with the ducking form here in Super Mario World. I know that it works perfectly fine when you're in SMB 1 or 3, I believe. The Twister Cling through the semi-solid. Could be that in terms of the sprites, you need ducking Big Mario here in this theme, but I can't quite recall. Okay, nice slide over there. We just continue ducking, I suppose. No reason to get out of the duck at that point, in fact. Yeah, he is a Super Luigi, for being perfectly technical about it. Yeah, being in a ducking form does throw off my muscle memory for adjustments in mid-air just a little bit. Okay, drop in. Whoa, lost way too much momentum there from turning back. It's not great. Yeah, so we send it forward, we hit the P-block marker to grab another helmet. Oh, whoops, just missed a jump completely. Slipping and sliding on the ice can do that to you. Throwing off all the muscle memory at once. Yeah, a little bit slow on that. You do need to go immediately in order to grab the cling, probably without getting out of the crouch. Can't really afford any extra latency of getting in and out of the crouch. If I'm just already crouched at that point and I jump straight up, I should be able to catch it. As I've done in a few successful attempts in the past. Yeah, losing momentum from pulling back is one of the major risk factors here. And getting out of the duck prematurely is also. Yep, if you duck all the way through, you stay in the cling pretty well, as long as I don't flood to jump immediately afterwards. When I'm ducking everywhere like this, I'm always very aware of when I'm losing a lot of my slide momentum. Whoops. And then, let's go. Whoa, wrong way. Yeah, so you do want to still have damage frames at that point. That's why the arrow is kind of pointed in such a way that it's tucked towards the right side, because if you still have invincibility frames on losing the shell, then the spike wall to the right of the bumper doesn't really matter. What does matter is getting to the right side of the trampolines on top for the next bounce immediately afterwards. We're a little late on that jump, but that's how you make it over successfully. You do kind of need to hug right. And trust that everything will be alright. Oh, no, wrong way. Once again. I don't know about those coins under the bumper. I don't know what they're doing over there. The implication seems to be that I'm supposed to drop something in that location, but I don't see how I can. We just haven't been there enough to read it accurately just yet. You see all the different interactions that are possible. So, at this point... Oh, I see. Okay, no, this is just a semi-solid. And then I slide down the right side. I hit the bumper. The bumper is going to send me through. I will take damage on the icicle, I think, unless I'm to lower it. No, I think I am probably going to take damage through it and then go up. But then... I think I'm supposed to keep the spiny head up to this point, then. Oh, no. That's actually fine. And then you do the twister cling until the swamp does the push over. Okay. Wasn't quite sure what was going to happen there, but I do remain Super Mario. Super Luigi, rather. Super Green. Yeah, once again, not reading my ice momentum accurately and just loving that completely, but once you do understand when to just hold the downright diagonal and let the level play itself, some things do become quite a bit easier. Because the ice does so much work for you. Yeah, the backwards slide is the thing that makes that work. Well, except we need to jump out of the twister afterwards, of course, and to do that we have to slip out the left. If you press against the right side wall, you don't drop. So we slip out onto the snake block before it drops, and then that's going to allow me to pass over where the thwomp had landed. Yeah, a lot of the interactions are feeling quite a bit smoother already. The bumper gets you into slide form, and the problem with going left is that I do need to correct immediately after that. And then it looks like it will be a spin jump out of the thwomp, as it is about to come back. Doing those mid-air adjustments while you're crouched down diagonals either way, that's one of the major mechanical challenges here. And we're going to miss the thwomp completely because it started coming back, but as you can see, that was the right idea. And then we'll have a Goomba on a track to bounce on top of shortly after that. Nope. Okay. Whoops. Not quite right. I probably could have salvaged that, but that's okay. I'd rather do a cleaner run with the clear head. And down we go. And down we go. Okay, let's run up. And yeah, that's good. And that's a spin jump. Sure. And then helmet followed by damage boost followed by Magic Koopa. Not Magic Koopa, Mecha Koopa. Also, do let me know if the stream performance continues to be okay. It seemed like we had a few lag spikes earlier, but hopefully nothing too severe. As long as it's still a smooth and watchable experience. It's not dropping too many frames along the way. Not losing sound either. Whoops. Oh, right off. Okay, there we go. And we'll continue. I keep making that mistake. Always overestimating the amount of speed I'm getting off of the ice. It does have lag and you thought it was you. Okay, yeah. Hopefully it's not still ongoing. I only saw it start to happen within the past couple of minutes. I'm just going to reset some of my metrics here to make sure they're up to date. Yeah, I'm not on as clean an internet connection as I usually am, since I'm kind of in the middle of a bit of holiday travel as well, so... But it did seem like some things were blinking a bit, which is perhaps a sign that after I complete this level, I should probably start to wind down. I do have one more thing at least that I want to do after this, but I won't be pushing it too hard. Much as I always feel like I should be playing even more Mario Maker. Wow, completely missed that. That's okay, let's go on and see what lies ahead just to get the jumps down. Obviously we do need the mushroom at this point to continue, but it will be a series of targeted helmets. And we just continue to take damage boosts off helmets in order to preserve the mushroom. So it looks like we must keep the mushroom the whole way through. It's not like we're going to lose it and reobtain it. And it is necessary for certain things like the yellow block check right here. And also just to enforce the ducking interaction in general. Wow, that was not great. Once again, I do have to slip out the left side immediately. Then we'll slip out the left. Not quite. Always that one block. I think I would have learned by now. Okay, we'll drop in. That's looking fine. And slip out the left immediately, and then... Yeah, we do need to do a bit of a jump adjustment there so we don't get stuck on the Nice momentum. Because that's one of the issues there. When I fall down onto the green snake block, it takes me a little while to get reoriented just because I'm always pushing against that initial friction of making a turn on the ice, and a simple jump does fix that. You just kind of need to have the presence of mind to do it in the moment. A lot of the early stuff is feeling really clean though, apart from that question block that we just passed, which continues to be a bit of a bane perhaps. Yeah, a little bit of an adjustment jump there makes a huge difference. Okay, no, we need to stay low against that. That's going to be a series of damage boosts. You get on top of the Mecha Koopa and then on top of an icicle, which will then drop. Over on the right side. We'll see what that looks like when we get to it. But yeah, maintaining momentum here is continuing to go pretty well, and we've managed to figure out a lot of the positioning over in this area as well. Nope, missed. And then you do need to be tall to grab that. So we hit the icicle. Currently the one-way panel there is blocking the blaster. It looks like we're going to move the blaster gate out of the way. And then I think part of the important thing that this level is trying to teach you is that you probably do need to duck to do those shell grabs here to begin with, because otherwise you bump the corners. That's an interesting edge case interaction that requires you to engage with central mechanic. Yeah, very neat that Monkey managed to find that and weave it into a level that has so many different ways of checking for the fact that you were ducking. Some of which, like the Twister, I think only work this way in the Super Mario World style, although I may be mistaken. Yep, still coming a little early on that one. Yeah, from what I'm seeing, the lag on the stream earlier should have settled at this point, but let's hope that isn't a jinx. Okay. Can we go left immediately? Nope. Forgot to spin jump there. And yeah, as you can see, aiming that jump is itself a bit of a challenge. You kind of need to go from the middle of the platform rather than the edge, or just have a really good visual sense of momentum when it comes to targeting the spiny shells. Alright, let's keep going. Nope. Compensating now. Alright, let's take this. And this. Whoa. A little slow there, but we made it. Okay. What was that all about? We need to duck into that position. We ride the icicle down and then what? There's a spike in that position. I don't know what we do with him. Looks like we were supposed to lower the blaster gate, but exactly know what was going on there. Whoa, look at that. Too early a jump. Much too early. Alright, try it again. And that's a miss. Haven't missed that one too many times recently. We've been generally pretty solid. Okay, here we go. Then we'll take this guy, crouch into this. Lost too much momentum there, unfortunately, and a bit too much of a pullback when I was aiming. We need to go quite a bit faster to get on top of the Mecha Koopa for the Spiny Shell after that. And then after that we have damage frames. We need to get on top of the Icicle immediately with a duck. Getting that on target for a change. The notorious question block. Whoa, okay, I was facing forward, I think, when I wanted to continue to backslide, and I did throw off my momentum calculation just a little bit. Now down and forward. That was not down and forward. Okay, we'll punch out a couple of these. Very smooth dangle there. When it goes well, it goes really well. A lot of these interactions. Nope. Yeah, once again, I was instinctively kind of pulling back to aim towards that shell. We shouldn't do that because we lose too much momentum and we aren't able to carry forward. So I just need to hit that on target while facing forward at all times, and if we miss, we miss. I always have this tendency to correct my jumps in midair because that's what traditional platformer play teaches you. But with some advanced mechanics like this, especially when you're holding it down diagonal all the time, that can get you into a ton of trouble. Whoops. Now this is a clear condition level, so it's not like we're hunting for checkpoints 1 and 2, like we would be in a typical document creation. It's okay, we just get lots of rehearsal time with the early parts of the level. And I point that out because very often when I play documents levels, I find myself wondering, how is he going to elaborate this for checkpoint 1 and 2, because you know there will be some kind of major shakeup, but with the clear condition concepts like this one, not so much. It does require a clear condition to work, of course, and given that this is a level that's all about being tall and forgetting to spin jump while you're at it. So we take the spiny shell, we go down, we... I wonder if I'm supposed to do some kind of Koopa kick across, like a Magic Koopa kick, rather than taking damage, but I don't know, I don't think so. I think it's likely to be just consecutive damage boosts with grabbing the spiny head and immediately losing it. Losing the spiny head, that is, not just our sense of well-being. Okay, there we go. Then we'll hit this. Well, I mean, we were still backsliding, but that was maybe too much of a pullback, or just a jump that was much too soon. Okay, almost failed to keep the crouch there, but we managed it in the end. Spin jump towards the center, expecting that the swamp is going to be doing a bit of pullback by then. So, you do need to do a spin kick on top of the mecha. And it needs to be a series of spin jumps. And the reason... Or no, you can lose the spiny helmet, but you need the mecha to be kicked towards the right side, because that is the only way that you'll load the blaster gate. But then, is it a spin kick after you've disabled the mecha with the initial crouch jump up to the spiny head? I think it might be. Now, this is going to be a dead attempt already, but we need to check some of this stuff. Because the mecha is flying too high for that initial interaction to be a spin jump. And in any case, you need a full crouch jump to grab the upper spiny head. But then once you disable the mecha, I think you go back towards the first spin kick to the right. But then what's the icicle all about? If you spin kick the mecha to the right, then I get on top of the icicle to basically stall then, right? Or you do have throw with the mecha. It could be a throw, but I'm really not sure. It is going to be some kind of mecha interaction to get rid of the spike and lower the blaster gate, though. We just need to see how that's going to happen right here in this part. Yeah, because you clip its wings, grab the spiny hat, and you go immediately back down, and you can grab it for throw, actually, and you throw it, and then you do a crouch jump up to the icicle to maintain the mushroom until the gate has been disabled. That bit is a bit of a hard read, but we'll get back to it and see what we can reveal. Whoa, completely missed a corner. And completely missed that as well. Anyway, make it there eventually. Very unique input sequences relative to a lot of your typical Mario experience, so you kind of need to learn the mechanics of this level from scratch in some ways. Yeah, it's definitely going to be hitting the spike to lower the blaster one slot. Once you lower it by one slot, going up to the icicle allows you to proceed. Only if you duck jump up to the icicle, though. Because then that gives you a slide. It takes you across where the blaster gate was dropped. And that is the objective we'll be going for. Oh, completely missed that. Nope. Alright, we'll continue this way. Drop down and up. And that for once. And slide. Get out of here straight away. Spin jump towards the middle. Everything fine so far as long as we maintain forward momentum, and we did not maintain forward momentum. Interestingly enough, I could have just gotten out of the crouch at that point after getting the shell. Although maybe that affects some of the jumps when it comes to clearing those gaps. But yeah, whether it's a spin kick or a throw, the mecha must hit the spike on the right side. So we basically fall back down, we take damage to lose the shellmet, but then we very quickly disable the gate and slide forward over the icicle. And that's the intended sequence. Don't even know what comes after that, so I expect we'll have to master that over many successes. Okay, you do need to crouch in order to grab that shell. But after you crouch, you hang left to grab the mecha. And that was the piece we were missing, because we were going straight to the icicle previously when the spike was on screen and the intended course was actually pretty visible. We just need to put all of these ingredients together. Yeah, we need to remain crouched and get forward momentum. We crouch jumped on top of the mecha afterwards to grab the spiny hat. Again, while crouched. Otherwise the grab just doesn't happen. Whoops. Just because you would have these corner collisions along the ground tiles where the spinies are located, rather than grabbing them like you actually need to do. Alright. Got the proper momentum this time. Nope, we can't miss, unfortunately. Always feels like I'm getting into that mecha a little bit slow, that it's already passing the spiny by the time I'm getting to it. I don't see any reason why I should be getting out of the crouch at that point, so I don't think it improves anything to do so. Anyway, let's get back here. Nope, once again, if you have a bit of a change of momentum there, that goes unplanned, and that just throws off the corner entry towards the twister, so still refining that a little bit to make sure it's 100% reliable. And then there we go. Nope. Yeah, you have to be facing backwards to be caught by the twister, I think. Facing forwards into that is part of the problem that I'm encountering right now. Let's try that again. Okay. Nope. That's alright, still going. Always so many little corrections for ice, of course. This concept depends pretty substantially on being able to slide forward while ducking. But ice always introduces quite a few complications when it comes to the friction, the slowdown, the initial takeoff into a run. All little things that you need to adjust around. Anyway, this is pretty reliably satisfying at this point. Nope. I don't know why I've been missing this lately. This is all of a sudden become an issue, when previously I had no problems with it. Once you repeat early segments for long enough, you start to lose some consistency with them sometimes, and rediscover them in new ways that ultimately pay off when you just improve your understanding of all of the segments at a level overall, but no, we've been missing, and I don't know why. It's something to do with my facing direction, I'm sure, because previously we were consistently backing into it. Possibly I'm shying from that now because we had some issues with undershooting the green snake block, but we shouldn't be afraid of that. We should be able to get there smoothly with the backslide right here. No, I don't know why. All of a sudden, it's failing quite consistently. I think I'm jumping into that too early now. Anyway, down we go. Whoa, okay, I was not supposed to be hit by that shell. That's pretty much the first time it had happened for me just getting too far ahead of the P-block. Up to that point, I had obtained that shell safely, very reliably. But perhaps some things are starting to slip. As we've played this for longer and longer. Okay, that's correct. Now let's get that spin jump done correctly as well. And here's the tricky bit. Okay, how have I been knocked out of the crouch there? I'm supposed to crouch jump up above it. And then get back down to Edge to Koopa, but... I have been losing the crouch jump in that position. And jump towards the mecha has not been clean. We have not passed the blaster gate yet. Okay, that's more accurate than it used to be. Yeah, so something about the way I'm jumping. Oh, it's probably when I'm trying to correct directions. I think I'm supposed to probably loop around the mecha instead of going straight left to right. But I'm not sure because I always feel like I'm getting to it too slowly. Whoops. And I'm starting to accidentally get out of the crouch when I'm swapping directions, so... Nope, hang on. Not an easy creation by any means. A lot of consistent failure points, like that question block early on. It is currently sitting at a 35-second world record, without too much flexibility for the player's timing, so I mean occasionally just losing some momentum here and there perhaps, but It tells me that it was actually relatively close to the end. We haven't really been watching the clock. That's at 15 seconds at that point. So if we manage to get up to the icicle, I'll take a look at the clock and see how we're doing. Because whatever it is we have to learn it consistently. Too slow. Well, nope, once again too slow under reversal. It's been a while since we've actually gotten back to the hard part of the level. Yeah, a lot of the early stuff is starting to fall apart on me a little bit. Nope. But yeah, it's mostly that jump over the mecha that I've been unable to successfully get the mecha to lower the spike gate yet, the spike blaster gate, and a big part of it is that when I'm doing a directional adjustment to get that jump on top of the mecha, I'm losing the crouch, probably just by habit. Without the crouch, the upper helmet won't happen. Also starting to lose time in some of this early material here. Well, there does come a point in the stream usually when I start losing my touch a little bit and we start regressing significantly in a level that I thought I was doing well at earlier. Yeah, now it's a lot of the early stuff killing me. And I don't know what has changed. Nope. Yeah, mostly it's maintaining the crouch while swapping directions. That maintaining a down diagonal in either direction is actually pretty tricky. I'm reminded of all those Sieve gaming videos from back when he was very active during Maker 1 and also playing a lot of the NSMB series and doing these massive YouTube videos about whether you can beat such and such a thing while taping down the down button on your controller to force the down input and force the crouch at all times. Or forcing crouch into 3D games too, for that matter, which would be on a different trigger. I kind of feel like we might have to start doing something similar here, just to make sure the diagonal inputs don't get messed up. There we go. First time I've gotten that jump in a while. Now let's actually play the level. Yeah, it seemed like we just had a whole lot of new issues all of a sudden. And okay, now we need to maintain the crouch going into the mecha. No, too late. When I fall down with the spiny shell, I must fall directly upon the mecha. I don't have time for an additional jump before it walks off the cliff. It is not a generous timing. So if I do grab the spiny shell significantly, the first jump on the mecha clips its wings, and the first jump is the one that gets me up to the spiny shell. After I clip its wings, I have to hang left to bop it a second time, or it will just be unavailable. And yeah, that's been an issue. they're shooting us now. Oh, whoops, no, losing the crouch. Well, this has been a tricky one. Probably the most mechanically demanding one I've played today, in fact. The other ones were no slouch. Oh, whoa, haven't made this mistake in a while either. You do kind of need to hug the wall. Yeah, it requires quite a bit of controller discipline here. Just to make sure everything is on target. That you don't come out of the crouch prematurely. There we go, much better. Okay, come out of that, spin jump, and then... Wow, overshot. So anyway, at the blaster gate, that's at about 30 seconds, close to 30 seconds at a level. We must be really close to the end. I feel like the blaster gate might be the last major check. We have to slide through it, of course. Maintain some slide momentum to get to the other side. Once we duck under, rather over the icicle. At this point, we haven't seen what is past the blaster gate, but... Okay, there we go. And this is where we lose from not having enough of a slide from going up. Yeah, that's why we have to duck jump at an angle up against that slope. Let's see what the rest is like. It is going to be crouch, bounce over the Goombas, reversing to the left, getting on the blue spike platform, and then that goes over several icicles. Probably while we're still in some kind of damaged state. But it is going to be some kind of loop. Anyway, we need to have a cleaner crouch jump above the icicle. That was the thing I was missing that time, was I just failed to do that. Even after lowering the blaster gate for the first time today. We fall immediately. No, we need to maintain the crouch. Yeah, I wonder if it should be a spin kick. So I don't need to throw and jump, but it'll need to be a crouch jump though, so a spin kick might not be great because we can't really do a crouch spin. I'm always astonished to remember that back in Maker 1, Small Mario could not crouch. One of the most shocking mechanical changes going back to that game, in fact. Which we did in early 2022. To quite an extent. Yeah, that feels pretty far in the past now that... At this point, Maker 2 is going to steadily reach the point where I think in March it is going to match the age of Mario Maker 1 back when 2 came out. We had about 3 years and 9 months between games. Felt longer in some ways because there was just so much content. Maker 1 and felt like a game that was still being very actively researched. And it's like how Maker 2 in some ways feels very actively researched. Seeing new things all the time. That's why I continue to play it on the stream. We're not really lacking for new ideas, even if some things have slowed down here or there, or people have been cycling in and out as makers. Whoa, how did I flub that completely? I think I was thinking ahead to the spin jumps later, or not spin jumps rather, but crouch jumps later, and lost track of the present. Not recommended for Christmas, by the way, to lose track of your present. That's a job for FedEx, or Purolator, or what have you. Okay, not going to get hit by the shell prematurely this time, and then we'll take this over. Yeah, we're going too early on this jump. I do need to target the coin pretty accurately, and then that's the fix we need to go for. That one-way panel enforcing approach in the most mechanically simple way. I do have to say, I like the amount of variety in this level when it comes to different ways to enforce the crouch. Its mechanic really is very little redundancy here, and that's the gate. Except we need to go left, and I missed. So, yeah, after the second Goomba bounce, so the first Goomba bounce requires to crouch because the ground tiles are fairly low. The second Goomba bounce, I can come out of it if I need to do a directional adjustment. So, that's the gate. So we take some kind of... Oh no, I know what it is. We reverse through the bumper on the left side after doing the Goomba loop. The bumper, plus the crouch, is going to give me the backslide interaction that we had over the green snake block much earlier in the level. That is going to send me through all of the icicles as I ride the Blue Skull platform. Blue Skull platform is going to match my speed, and we just backslide to the finish. And that's what it is. It's going to look spectacular once we do it. I guarantee it's going to look amazing. Because it's the fulfillment of the interaction that is introduced much earlier with the wonderful little sequence in the middle here with the green snake block. It's a very cool interaction. It's this thing here where bumper sends you into a backslide. And the backslide is able to destroy icicles as though you had come down a slope by yourself. Nope. That question block has killed me so many times over. Well, now we know what the ending looks like, though, and it's kind of nice to be at that point where you can taste the finish. Really just one jump and one bumper away. And I knew I had to loop back on that third Goomba, too. It's just that, you know, with the pressure mechanics, my sense of momentum and inner correction were thrown off quite a bit, and weren't able to recover from there, so... Straight up here. Slide. And that's the finish. Exactly as we predicted, and it was in fact a pretty easy interaction. I guess the backslide in the ice team slightly outpaces the Blue Skull platform, but otherwise just works perfectly. We were behind by 4 whole seconds. I guess we had taken our time with a couple of the obstacles along the way, but we certainly ducked a lot. Wow, that's a fairly wintry way to finish the main portion of the platforming levels that we're going to be able to get done today, but I do want to finish with one last thing before we sign off, and we will be signing off for the last time before Christmas, so no Saturday, Sunday viewer levels tomorrow like we usually would do, but I do have one last thing to show. And it will hopefully be relatively short, as I understand it. So those of you who were around for the stream back in September and October will remember 7MMC, the 7th Mario Maker celebration, which featured many of the makers that we played today, like Mang, Document, Grikowski, WBC, and so forth. And at the end of the project, the makers that were involved put together a bit of a celebratory surprise for Lecter, who was the video master and one of the lead administrators, and certainly the lead animator for the project. And this is perfect, by the way, because it has Mang in the thumbnail with a heart, and currently the comment count on this level is around 69. I kind of need to screenshot this. Just give me a moment here. I had to reach for my other controller to do it since I am using my Super Nintendo pad at the moment. But anyway, it's going to be comments on because basically this level, as I understand it, is a comment pad for makers involved in 7MMC to leave one big thank you. And on the 7MMC YouTube channel, which I think... Okay, that links to the main site in my chat, but on the YouTube channel there was a bit of a finale video that introduced this as well, that was released after the project. So I'm finally going to see this. We're going to turn comments on. We're probably not going to match this world record by Escape Room Master Tempest Funk. And let's take a look at some artwork, and that's how we'll finish with something fun and very grateful. %26% clear rate, can't be that bad. Anyway, Mycius' scrapbook, following the journey of Mycius, the Mushroom Odysseus analog that was at the core of the 7MMC lore. Oh god, now I've spelled Lecter wrong. Anyway, we have a boat up there. We'll take a look at the full comment pad afterwards, in case we miss anything really critical. But anyway, 4 coins, 7MMC... What was that saying in the left? Who Lecter? Someone tell me. Oh, I want to see that comment again. Who Lecter? Someone tell me, please. I feel like an idiot. Anyway, there's the boat. I guess someone managed to draw this in Endless. Someone celebrating a babysitter too. Well, let's continue. And then here's a heart. So much more than the trailer guy. Ah, okay, that's the babysitter comment. I love how the off-screen comment isn't actually off-screen. We haven't managed to reach it, but we're able to see it anyway. A big thank you. We'll look at the credits afterwards. to see who drew what. But sometimes you can kind of discern the art styles just from familiarity with a lot of these makers over time. Oh, here's Electra's sandwich. Because, well, the Electra Sandvik sandwich. And there's the pig. Oh, look at that. What's this on the right here? Is that a Rubik's Cube puzzle? I think it's just a grid for the drafting paper, perhaps. Look at these rupees all over the place. Or maybe they're supposed to be balloons, but they look like these Zelda rupees. And comments everywhere. Wow, look at this. This must have been drawn in an app, unless it was drawn by somebody really, really super precise, which may be the case. That lovely Shy Guy. We have to see who was responsible for that one. There are some real elite artists in the maker community, so... Anyway, mushrooms everywhere. How do we get up to some of those other locations? Let's see if we can. To see more comments. Oops. Lecter, incidentally, was also the artist behind the lovely GG emote that we have on my stream. So... we're always eager to offer acknowledgements for that as well. Let's take a look at this one that was on the right here. That looked really fancy. Fireworks and all that. There was one that was right above the vine. And, oh, there it is. I don't know who drew that. Who is Lector? And then we have another little astronaut figure over here. And... oh, look at Mr. Green Hat over there. I think I know who that is, but we will check afterwards just to verify my conjecture. After we've done falling down everywhere. Anyway, here's a key. How is this only 26%? How do people die in this? Oh, there's a pipe exit. Yeah. Somebody from Italy. Whoops. Oh, I see. That's how people die in this. I bet that was Kavic's comment, too. Though, I don't know who else might have contributed from Italy this year. I would need to think about that. I know, of course, that Kavic and Lecter did their Italian-Norwegian fusion level. Rather incredible one with the 3D World plant stems everywhere. We didn't take a look at this star down here, did we? No, we didn't, but we did look at the hearts. What's inside the pipe? There's the key and the key door as well. We won't finish just yet. Oh, Wiltini was here. Of course he was. What is this? A little bit of pixel art. Trying to determine that. I have so much trouble reading pixel art at this scale. You are a super player. And with the trailer spit as well. Very appropriately so. I guess that's the other side of the key door. Oh, that's Bidoof, isn't it? Yeah, yes, the Bidoof room. The running joke among many of the makers involved in this year's edition. And yeah, we'll look ahead a little bit and hopefully not die to the Goomba a second time as we... what? There we go. Avoid the Italian troll. Look at this. It looks kind of like some kind of figure in the right side too. We'd have to zoom out in more info to properly see it. We will, of course, also look at the... whoops. The room without clearing. We'll go through the key door room to look at could do perhaps see how people left their comments over there, but for the time being, we'll take a look at a checkpoint. Oh, there's a checkpoint. I suppose in case you grab the clouds and drop yourself into the abyss. Look at the Tanuki Mario art here. Anachronistically from SMB3, but we'll take it. Oh, and that's the Goofy Goomber. Poor Goofy Goomber. Deleted by Nintendo. And I guess we should practice those crouch jumps that we learned in the previous level. Yeah, we're making a disaster out of it. That's why there's a checkpoint. So we can scroll around more artwork. Alright, let's not plug the clouds. Can we get above the Goofy Goomber? I don't think so. Let's just go down here then. And back up. We didn't see the key door after all, did we? That's okay. We'll go back for that at some point. Whoa. You would think we'd know how to do something like this by now. Yeah, we essentially saw the key door room from the outside. If that matches the door that I think it does. Get rid of that plant. Is this within range or the high jump? Let's check. Yes, it is. We can make it over to the ice? Yeah, we can. Okay, that was close. Too close for comfort. No comments over here yet, but... Oh. Spoke too soon. Or maybe we didn't. Still no comments, but we did see a lot of X's. Premonition of death here in the Hall of Birdo. Okay. Let's go down and over. Now this level incidentally was uploaded by Duffy, the voice actor extraordinaire of 456YMM and 7MMC. All of the celebrations that we've had so far in the Maker 2 era. And I previously haven't played anything by Duffy, although I don't know who made what here outside of the comments, but I Dad Lecter rocks, yeah, not mutually exclusive. Okay, what do we got here? Keeping this tradition alive, yeah, very much so. Now, Lecter, incidentally, also recently created the animated trailer segment for a new video by DGR, which was well worth a watch. It was DGR's announcement video for his Mario project that's going to start in the new year. Look at this little comic here. I think I recognize that style too. But we will confirm my suspicions when we actually clear some of this. Well, we found a balloon room. And here's Among Us. Among Us. This on-off switch is bait. And we're totally going to take it. Just watch. Just watch. Look at this one-way panel trap there, too. Trapped with the heart. But we're going to do it. Oh, okay. That's it. And then on-off switch over to the key door, except we don't really have a key here. We do have 2 coins. Yeah, we have to do the coin hunt, don't we? To really complete this properly. Oh. Can we reset through this? Okay, I mean, obviously we're not just going to leave this as is. Although I suppose I shouldn't have broken that if I wanted to do this completely. So anyway, we know where 2 of the coins are located. We know where a key door is located at the end of that segment. Let's actually just start over in that case and hunt for more comments. Perhaps we come back here with the SMB2 mushroom. That's how we can get upstairs. As usual, we're going for the true ending. And this time, comments on. Yeah, you can reverse through all the doors that I've seen so far. Let's just come through the bottom and let's take a look at. Not that room. I think that was. We had been previously. Okay, so we have a key already. We can check this key door. I don't know if it just matches the other one. Because then what's keeping me from just keeping that key for the other key door? Nothing other than just the curiosity of exploring. Oh, this is a sandwich room. Can't quite see what the pixel art is here either. I think it's going to require me to toggle an on-off switch. Because I'm looking at how I could possibly pluck the clouds. Oh, we get to see more sandwiches, and we get to see the Norwegian Broadcast Mountain. Very nice touch. The Norwegian Broadcast Mountain that was introduced in the 4YMM video lore and has been continued ever since. Let's take a look at that green pipe earlier. In case we missed something in that area. I think we had caught everything though. We've seen 3 out of 4 coins at this point. There's one pipe that I couldn't seem to enter. Now what happens when we climb up here? Whoops. Nothing. But we didn't previously have the SMB2 mushroom, so let's maybe try to run this. Whoop, without accidentally climbing. Accidental up inputs just killing me today. All over the place. Yeah, we can take this back to the front. To the introductory room. And we'll see what's there. Probably just more comment space. From what I've seen, but you never know. And yeah, just a lot of comment space. So we've got 1 coin still unaccounted for then. We'll try to tag it and we'll get this level as completely as we can, even though we could of course just take that key and plug it into the last room. Although that would not help against potential key death if we make as much of a fiasco out of the other balloon room as we had previously done. So yeah, we've gone through here. There was the pipe on this side. We hadn't really checked the pipe on this side. Let's see if it matches. I feel like I'm supposed to grab stuff with SMB2 and stack it there. Then what's going to remain in place here in the night theme? Yeah, it looks like a lot of this stuff is just aesthetic too, so. Oh, we can come on top. Nope, that's it. And how are we missing 1 additional coin? Probably 2 coins available then in the final area, but we don't know what this pipe is then. Whoa, that was a mistake. That's okay. Let's just see what the candidate options could have been. Yeah, there's nothing really that we could have carried up to that point to make a stack. So we'll just go down instead. 2 coins this time rather than 1. We know 1 coin is at the very end of this as a safety. Probably missing 1 up high. Somebody did manage to get on top to Goofy Goomber, so that's probably an important clue. I mean, after toggling the on-off switch, there might be some changes as well that we should be aware of. I keep doing this. Yeah, I mean, that's just going to happen sometimes when we're scrolling everywhere. Let's go back up. Navigate all this. So, we previously took a low route, didn't we? We should actually sweep this a little more carefully. Or next time, like I said, we'll just take the final key. Or we can walk up here too. Just to prove something. Whoop. I did. Apparently. Realistically, I don't know how thorough I have been able to be, but we'll take some of these clouds down here, and we can't really see what's below, so... Just traverse the balloons until we find something reasonably suspicious. I suppose toggling the on-off switch might make some kind of big difference as well. So you could run over, toggle the other on-off. You got a big heart over here, but then what comes after that? We will not take the pipe because... yeah, that way lies exit. Let's take this. Get the on-off, and then we're missing 1, but... we can explore a little bit, but I think realistically we'll just try to take the other key in. So there's 1 coin still unaccounted for. I'd like to explore for it, of course, just because of the completionist impulse. Maybe something we needed SMB2 for much earlier that we were not able to reach. And let's get over here. Yeah, we had combed all of this pretty thoroughly, I thought. And we had done rounds over here, so was there anything over here that we could have manipulated with SMB2? I don't think so. You are a super player if you find this comment. Yeah, so that's the thing, is that we... perhaps it's the other key door that takes us through to that room then. But then in that case, I don't know what's going on with the coin that we haven't accounted for. Maybe I have not been as thorough as I thought, especially because we just never found out what was going on with... oh. Key door... no, we've gotten that before. We would basically be trading E for a key coin in that room. still don't know what this is about. If there is something, or maybe it's just a joke. We can't rule out the possibility that it is just pulling our leg a little bit. Anyway, because of the risk of key death, I should, in fact... Oh, look at the top right. Nothing is there. No, that's just a pipe location that spits you out. Okay. It's built at the very top. Alright, we'll have to be extra careful here in order to make it over with the key intact. Otherwise we will be starting over. I think this just gets me into the Bidoof room, but we will have to see. Yeah, because we checked most layers over here in this level. Oh, that was a disaster. Okay, that's fine. We'll just take the key again. Playing this with all the comments on, of course, is the hard mode. As I was saying, single-handedly lowering this clear rate. Here I was saying earlier, oh, I wonder how something so trivial could have a 26% clear rate. That sounds awfully low. We're not going to make that 26%. We're going to send it spiraling down. From experimentation alone. That's not what I wanted to do, though. I was not paying attention. Okay, let's actually stop and let the thwomp do its job this time. So 3 coins accounted for, though. That is odd. As opposed to even. Always notice things like these hard blocks over here, not that we have anything to break it with. Yeah, we'll just take the key forward. And attempt this again without too much of a mishap along the way. Seriously? Seriously. Yeah, I don't think we can get above the Goofy Goomba, but someone did. Probably from damage boosts on the spike, in fact. But then I'd lose SMB2, and I don't want to lose SMB2 at the moment, because I need high jump. We could always comfort afterwards, but if you want to get on top of the Goomba, that's how you would do it, is just do a running jump off of that, perhaps 6 blocks of height. I think you can do it. Also, you know what? We'll check it now, since we are losing the key and respawning from checkpoint anyhow. We will try it. There we go. Aha, look at this. That's the remaining coin. Then how does one get that? I guess you would have to go through that other green pipe that we saw, but then we saw no way to do it. Really? It drops you straight into an SMB2 mushroom. Okay, so there is some kind of secret way to get through it. Oh, you know what? I know what it is. You have to lead the Goomba over. The Italian Goomba that tries to kill you. You have to get it in position and then you walk over it. We're going to try it. We will absolutely try it. But you need to do it with the SMB2 mushroom, otherwise you're not able to stand on it. So we're going to go for true ending rather than just taking this key directly. It makes a lot of sense given his positioning. And we'll just lead it down. Come on, Goomba. This way. Lead it down. Slowly. Nice secret placement, actually. Arguably a more involved mechanic than many of the cakes in the project itself. Nothing against him, of course, just saying that this is kind of a very interesting interaction. We gotta be really careful with this Goomba now. Let's slide through. Whoop, nope. Lost it. That's okay. We've gotta get the mushroom again, and we'll... I probably should have continued to lead it with me. Oh, it was just mushroom bouncing around. I don't think I'm able to get it a second time yet then. Wait. That's okay then. I think I know that that's how to do it. Let's just try to take the key through for the time being. If we need to restart, try it again, we'll restart to try it again. But we'll make a run at the door just to see what's going on. But we've located the coin anyway, and I am fairly certain that the Goomba is the way to do it. Seems tricky to do it that way, but it's the most plausible solution. And we'll try for it again, just to... Let's see what we can do. So that's second coin rather. Third coin is behind the key door if we choose to plug in the key. And now we'll grab that just in case. Surprisingly tricky. Because not only do you need to lead the Goomba into position, using Goomba, not only do you need to lead the Goomba into position, you kind of need to get on top of it without nudging it too far out. I wonder how you can do that. You might have to maybe pick it up and do an SMB2 throw against a wall and have it drop down momentarily. I think that's likely to be the case. Just throw it against a pipe, perhaps. That should be easiest instead of trying to sneak under like we're doing. Nope. Hang on. There we go. Actually pretty simple. Problem is that at this point I think I'm locked here. I can't actually go back and grab the other coins. So you have to get that one last after plugging in the key and grabbing what was supposed to be coin 2. So, bit of treasure hunting logic that's going to get us into trouble here. That's okay, as long as we're careful and we make it to the key door, we can still see what's going on. And prove our worth as a super player who has at least collected coins independently. Or not. That's okay, let's just start over and do it in order. It's actually pretty simple if you throw the Goomba under the pipe and follow it in from there, so we'll do it. This was just supposed to be my little epilogue level today, but from being inattentive and from exploring it properly, we're going to make an adventure out of it. Okay. Let's get over here. And Yeah, so that room I don't think has anything that we need along our progression path. It does give you a view of where you'll be going eventually. It just doesn't give you the right to add comments there just yet. We'll pop in here. SMB2 is always welcome. We can come in here for more later on. And we'll do the Goomba toss over here. And that's a ding-dong. And then, with 3 coins in tow, we can grab the checkpoint and not worry about it now because we know that coin 4 is close to the key door itself. And then we have a raid from Netcat with a party of 7. Netcat, we're doing our epilogue right now. But it's been taking longer than I expected, so glad to see you folks here. Netcat enjoying some heavy rain, well, more of a snow day over here, to be honest. And Mang is back. Return of the Mang. Mang, we were saying this when I started this level, but I took a screenshot of it because, you know, you've got the Mang with a heart in the thumbnail of this level. But when I started it today, there were exactly 69 comments, which I thought was extremely appropriate. So we definitely got a screenshot of that just for posterity, because not everybody's going to luck into such a situation. Something quite that nice. Anyway, we are going for a true ending right now. Bidoof percent. This is totally blind, but that's okay. And of course, we'll be looking at the comment art credits afterwards. This is the last thing I'm doing today, though, but thank you anyway, Natcat, for bringing people over to celebrate the moment. We got through some really good levels today. And look at that, Among Us. I already made that joke earlier, but now that we have more people here, we'll do it again. I don't think I saw anything over here. And I believe I tried. We don't want to accidentally enter the pipe, of course, because that would drop us. That's the kind of thing that happens. We got key death, too. Look at that. That was spectacular. We should actually activate the on-off before we do the coin, just to keep things simple. Netcat, you got the snow shovel? Yeah, well, you might have to dig me out of this hole. I'm sure those of you joining me from Netcat's stream have some context for this level already, but this was the epilogue level that the makers of 7MMC put together as a special thank you card for a collector who has very recently struck again in a new video by DGR. And it, of course, makes perfect sense thematically for the thank you note to take the form of a gigantic collaborative art piece. Love that Goomba solution. Even if we did die to the Goomba earlier, in all honesty. Okay, let's avoid the key death this time by... I guess we have to take the on-off switch to drop down to the ice. Otherwise I can't see the ice. But yeah, we need to do the key door interaction first to avoid key death. I don't trust the coins because the coins are usually placeholders for missing balloon locations, so... Okay. That was extremely lucky. But yeah, we will be signing off after this one because we cleared everything I tried today, but at great cost. I can't see where I'm going. Okay, the coin was actually fair at that time. And the coin was the marker we should have trusted. It wasn't the case earlier on, so I didn't want to rely on that, but cool idea. Imagine coming into an artwork level where everybody's just leaving these beautifully illustrated comments and you just leave one of the default comment cards. That's okay, we won't judge. It is a cool idea. Anyway, over to the clouds. We're not going to pluck them if I can't see what's down below. As tempting as it may be. Okay, now let's do this first. Let's go over. Can I go over? Okay, I can go under like that. We need to not hit that switch now on my way back, so maybe this was a bad idea. Because now I need to not hit that. There we go. And at long last, we are through. You are a super player. We're not going to hit that on-off switch just yet. Secret? I guess it is. It's the fabled God Bidoof. The on-off switch there in the corner is a very nice touch, I must admit. And let's take a look at some of the other comments here, since we didn't reveal them all. That thank you Lecter with the Mario Paint typeface is a particularly nice touch. Look at this question block over here too. I don't know if we can hit that with anything. Not really, I can't get to the Buzzy Beetle or anything like that. I mean, given a camera scroll, we know there's nothing down here, but... Do we want to do this in style, do we? Let's see it. I was wondering about what sound effect it would be. I thought it would probably be pigs, but I will gladly take the audience. Anyway. Oh, and we actually do still have to clear this again now. It's from checkpoint. It's okay, we'll do it once more. Now that key death has been achieved. And following that, we will just make it out the pipe this time. Oh, okay, no, I was going for the stem of the balloon and forgot that that would just cut straight through the cloud. Never mind. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, well, I should stop treating the comment cards like platforms. That's not the best idea. Okay, here we go. And we'll take this further. We're going to find these amazing course IDs. I can give you this one. This one was actually introduced in the video for... first of all, I'll give you the link to 7MC where the levels are legitimately good. This is the thank you card epilogue level that was at the end of the video series, and the code for this one I've just shared it in chat, but you probably do want to play the actual levels first if you want some really fine demonstrations of what the contributors to the comment cards here can actually do, and you're in the designer's seat. And yeah, I play a lot of makers who were involved in projects such as that for the community, and that includes many of the levels that I selected today for this stream. Let me jump up to the top of the flag room here. I feel like we should be able to. Close enough. I'll have to remember to turn comments off before I play again next, but we will say we like it, and I'm going to take a look at the comment credits for 69 comments. I lowered the clear rate, but thankfully not by very much. And we are going to be logging off after this, but I just wanted to see who illustrated what, because I had a few guesses. I recognized a few of the styles involved. Yeah, some of the later comments are not really people we know, because the deeper in you get, the more you have people who are not the makers. We have a text comment here from Lantis. Looking forward to 100 years of MM Anniversary Reflector. I bet Lantis will still be contributing levels at that point. Lantis being the one maker, other than Kavik, of course, who has been around since the first Mario Maker Celebration back in 2016, and has participated very consistently. And yeah, I knew the Italian flag that was placed directly over the Goomba must have been Kavik. And the Goomba that also killed me earlier. As I encountered that, I died to it, and I thought, okay, this is definitely Kavik's doing. And he knew what was going to happen. And yeah, we got a lot of text thank you notes, of course. We have Loop and Snoop with the Sandvik sandwich. And okay, it is Kaito who did the Mario Paint lettering. Which makes a lot of sense in its own way. Aurasphere. Aurasphere actually really did bring his comment game to a lot of the other levels. Wiltini being Wiltini. Speaking of which, where's Looney in here? Doesn't Looney Rim also do this Looney was here thing, or something to that effect? But anyway, Wiltini was here. Good enough. Luca has a sandwich that is highly anthropomorphized. And look at this. Yeah, I thought it was Ming who did the satellite broadcast mountain. I was wondering who did the Thank You Lecter Shy Guy, but I guess now we know it is going to be Sacha. Taramis showing off Taramis level design in very authentic fashion. Okay, that is Megatoro. I was wondering who drew this beautiful comment here, but I believe this is Megatoro. And yeah, Megatoro, whose levels I also have to catch up on. I didn't get to any of them today, but I've got a huge Megatoro backlog going on. Samuel doing a spit take. I thought this was Rubik's Cube, but I think it's rather self-evident if you played through the project puzzles yourself that it absolutely had to be. Agus Cook doing the Luigi hat cartoon over here. Phil will doing SMB3. And there's Dirimon. Oh, here's the Sparky Balloon. I recognized Grakowski's style as well, because Grakowski has done a couple of these stick figure comments in other levels before, so I thought it was him. And Zach Devine with the Among Us balloons. WBC bringing the rainbow, bringing the full palette. Tempest Funk, trying to get over it as usual. And yeah, look at Pac-Man, and of course Duffy being the host of this thank you card extravaganza, ensuring me that I am in fact a super player. So I guess anybody who scrolls down to find a comment is also a super player, but we know what he means. These are Mario Maker 2 codes on the website. If you want Mario Maker 1, we have lots of Maker 1 codes available as well. Let me see if I can still have the command here, actually. So 1, 2, and 3 YMM, which are all on the website that I just linked, were the celebration projects in Mario Maker 1 that were released in 2016, 2017, 2018, and those are still accessible. And we streamed all of them last year, and they have a very unique character to them now in retrospect, because some of the mechanics and some of the stylistic things you can do with Maker 1 are so different from what you can do with Maker 2. Starting in year 4 and until now, the annual celebration anthologies have been taking place in Maker 2, because Maker 2 came out back in early 2019. So hopefully that answers your question, regardless of which game you are curious about. Anyway, that is it for today's stream. Thank you once again, NatCat, for the raid, even though we couldn't keep you entertained for very long. And this is going to be the last stream that I run until Christmas, which I suppose is very soon. We'd better get shopping. We better get wrapping some gifts. And so for those who celebrate, enjoy the festivities, the turkey, the hangovers, whatever else you're doing for the rest of the week. The Mario Maker, I suppose, if you're like me and you spend too much time on Twitch. And we'll have more streams coming before the new year, probably at least one big puzzle fest. And yeah, those of you who had entries in the Christmas 2022 contest as well, I've seen a few of those levels and they've all been excellent. I hope you all have a great time with that on some of the other streams that are hosting that. Regardless, we will raid somebody else very shortly. Thank you for sticking around. Whoops, the performance will not begin shortly, unless of course you're Santa Claus. Thanks for watching. That's the correct card. Very important Christmas skill is to pick the card for the correct occasion. We've just learned that the hard way. Anyway, have a Merry Christmas, fa la 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 la, and all that. And we will send you on to somebody else very shortly. Happy holidays, all of you. And happy making and playing. We'll see you again on the other side when you can tell me about all the wonderful loot that you have given and received. See you at our next destination. And until we meet again, fare thee well.